Welcome to day 2 at the RSAC Conference 2025. This is your intro for day 2. Adrian Sanabria here with Jackie McGuire. How you doing, Jackie?
I am tired, but I am halfway through a 4-shot flat white, so I'll be buzzing before too long, and I got a Trenta cold brew to follow that up, so if I make it to the end of the day without a heart attack, I'll be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a marathon, and sometimes it's easy to forget that on day 1.
Yeah. My whole life is this delicate balance of weed and coffee, so I feel like I'm threading the needle right now, but I'm not sure if that'll last to Thursday.
I did B-Sides before RSA. I spoke at B-Sides, so already I feel like I'm halfway through the week already. And so wanted to talk about stuff that we saw yesterday, conversations we had, what was interesting. I don't think I had too many light bulbs go off yesterday. It is shades of last year and the year before.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But I feel like we are starting to get a sense of what's noise and what's real around AI.
Yeah. I've been asking hard questions because I think we're at a really interesting point where up until probably 2 years ago, software was really the limiting factor for technology. You know, we had all this cloud compute that enabled endless scaling, and we've gotten to a point now where the hardware is the limiting factor. And so that's when I've been asking a lot of hard questions around that, around like what happens if our hardware supply chain shortens. But to your point, these are just different flavors of the same conversations from last year. The other question I'm asking is, seems like we're over the hump of hype, and for a lot of areas we're headed into the trough of disillusionment. So I think there are a lot of companies having to talk about how they're going to manage that, what things they've actually found profitable, because that's one of the things I've been meeting with vendors as an analyst, and a lot of them are like, I ask them, are LLMs actually profitable, to use? And the answers are murky.
I think the trough of disillusionment is a good thing. It's kind of like the best companies come out of a recession, right? The ones that are strongest survive that environment. And I think it does feel like we're in that moment where everything is laid out on the table. And we're like, none of this is useful. This stuff is useful. Let's keep it here. And so we're in the find out phase.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. Well, and I enjoy that, and I enjoy the fact that there are some applications. One of the things I'm looking forward to is getting away from LLMs, because they are like the least efficient, most often least effective model to use for a lot of things in security, because security data is a pretty finite set of stuff. They don't scale. Well. And there's very little actual language interpretation you need to do in security unless you're reading through like breach reports or something like that. And so I'm asking a lot of these companies, like, yes, an LLM is the easiest thing to interface with, but is it actually necessary for the telemetry? Or can there just be an LLM at the front that talks to the user, and then a much like a regression model or a nearest neighbors model, something like that for the actual very well-defined data? And that's the thing I don't understand about security really rapidly embracing LLMs, is we don't deal a lot of times with murky data. We deal with kind of known variables. So I think one thing that I hope is that we're going into a phase where other types of machine learning become popular again, and we move away from that because LLMs are very expensive. So I agree. I think a good culling of the flock, and I hate to say that because I know there are a lot of companies who aren't going to survive an economic pullback potentially, but it's a good thing, and it frees up more capital for the companies who are making it work.
Maybe some people just haven't done the math, but I just can't imagine some of these approaches scaling. Like, for example, I saw last week that I think it was Dropzone AI saying like 4,500 alerts a day is the average for whatever organizations they were looking at. That sounds enormously high to me. And within those 4,500, I imagine you have a lot of the same thing happening over and over and over. Like maybe there's just 11 flows in that. If you look at the analyst flow to investigate, enrich, understand each of those, and make a decision whether to take action or just close it. And to have an LLM, and there also Dropzone AI saying 3 to 11 minutes to process each of those, and I'm sure that's a mix of GPU time and scraping a website or searching the web or something like that, reaching out to APIs, pulling other data. So it's not all GPU time, it's not all LLM time. But if you do it once and then you do it again and then you do it a third time, maybe you convert that into more traditional automation,
aggregation,
workflow.
Yeah.
And you never, for the same thing, you never do it more than 3 times.
Yeah.
And then it just becomes traditional CPU, shell script, however you automate that, and you're not wasting all that time. And now you can do it super fast, right?
Yeah. Well, and I think one of the issues is we've talked about this on ESW a lot. Is the reason that the reason a lot of companies don't understand the economics of LLMs is that this is Amazon and Microsoft and Google and OpenAI's fault is that they have not passed the costs on yet.
Yeah.
And that's the traditional kind of large tech company model. It's the freemium model. They're getting you hooked on it for free, but free is not free. Free is they're distributing the cost across the entire customer base. And so I do think we'll reach a point where things are not free or discounted anymore for the sake of getting you hooked on the AI.
Yeah, first sample's free.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely, it's the dealer model.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of the issue is that I really feel like there should be more transparent pricing requirements for cloud providers so they can't do this, because think about how many startups have been built based on these economics that are not realistic. And so without understanding at the end of this period what that's going to realistically cost, I don't know how you can start a business that relies on cloud AI usage.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I think we did need this experimentation phase, though.
Yeah.
I don't know that we needed to fund quite that many Gen AI SecOps startups, but I think experimentation with any kind of new technology is needed to some extent. Yeah, did we overdo it? Probably.
In tech, never.
But we're going to get a lot of lessons learned out of it. Kind of the bar for me. What I'm looking for in 2025, I haven't gone into the expo yet, but if I don't see some of these Gen AI security, like using Gen AI to solve security problems, startups getting really gobbled up by the end of the year, getting acquired by other companies, I'm going to consider it possibly a failure.
Yeah, we saw a couple acquisitions this week that a couple of the larger companies have acquired AI, but I think it's more just we want to say we have an AI capability, but to your point, I don't think we've seen the level of M&A that is really market validating.
Yeah, I would expect to see Red Canary, Arctic Wolf, like the MSSPs doing SecOps at scale for a bunch of different customers. If they're not buying these amazing new Gen AI SecOps startups, the tech doesn't work.
Yeah, and they have a more revenue to gain from automating, like breach reports for customers and things like that. So yeah, if you can't make it profitable at scale, you're not going to make it profitable as an individual consumer.
Either that, or it's kind of like we saw a little bit with external attack surface management, where most of those vendors were taking the same GitHub repos, the same open source tools, and just stitching them all together to do OSINT on the internet.
Yeah.
It could. The other explanation is maybe it does work, but it's so easy for them to build themselves, they didn't feel the need to do the acquisition.
Yeah.
So then if we see any acquisitions, it's going to be more about bringing customers in with those acquisitions, which wouldn't really make sense for an MSSP.
Yeah, and that may be the case that because the startup costs are so high for some of these kind of initial AI pushes, that the M&A isn't going to happen for a few years until the revenue pays off some of those sunk costs. Because I think to your point, it takes a lot less money or data to deep seek something than it does to open AI something. So,
but every now and then we do see something where I don't know what it was with CASB. CASB was one of these markets that within I want to say 36 months of the category of most of them coming out of stealth, they were acquired. More than 50% of the market was acquired. We saw the same thing with DSPM. Within, I want to say 18 months of them most of them coming out of stealth, they were already acquired.
Yep.
So,
is this because that's more of a feature of a larger product?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's my thought too, is that it's things that people will buy as an individual product, but would really rather was
either
integrated.
a feature or complementary. So like
Yeah.
Rubrik, you know, is,
Yep.
you know, got where they are doing backups, and they acquired Laminar, which is complementary. And kind of the way they're pitching it is, you know, don't worry about deleting data you think you don't need. Worst case, we can restore it for you.
Yeah.
You know, and the DSPM product is doing that data discovery classification that's going to help you remove unnecessary data.
Yeah.
You know, so that's one of the complementary ideas behind that acquisition there.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I haven't been to the show floor either, but I'm looking forward to. I think I have some time to hit it today, so it'll be interesting to see. Like, to your point, where people are grouping, because you could tell Wiz was going to. I was not surprised by the Wiz acquisition because you couldn't get past a Wiz booth at a trade show because there were so many people packed into it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I want to go see which of the newer companies have that kind of buzz around them.
Are going to be the next Wiz?
Yeah, exactly.
What is it? Cyware is they're touting themselves as the fastest growing right now. That hiring people to drive around town in cars that just has branding on it. So. Yeah. I mean, Wiz was doing that a couple years ago, so.
If you can absolutely scalpel dissect the market, you can be the third fastest growing, you know, data whatever for this in 18 months in this cat. Yeah, so I think all the companies are doing that. Yeah, right? Hey, that's my hometown.
If you carve it enough, yeah.
Live free or die.
Yeah, so today, boy, the reports are coming out fast and furious. The Verizon DBIR came out last week. The M-Trends came out in the same day. That was a terrible idea, whoever decided on that. And today I'm talking about two new ones. So Level Blue has a report coming out. I've got it on here. I'm starting to read it. And so does Fortinet Labs.
Yeah.
So I'm interviewing Derek Manky in a bit and still going through that report and just trying to consume all this information coming out of these reports. And it's interesting, IBM also came out with a threat report, and some of its findings contradict what was in the Verizon DBIR, so that was really interesting. I wonder if it's, the DBIR has probably the broadest data set from worldwide. They get data from like 200 law enforcement agencies.
We need like a nerd data fight club where we make them both stand up with PowerPoints and go slide to slide to
IBM saying the
wrong.
quantity of ransomware incidents is down, whereas Verizon said it's up, but the amount paid and the amount that pay the ransom and the amount of the ransom is down. So we're hearing different things from different people. I imagine it's just different sample sets.
Well, yeah, because we talked about a couple months ago on ESW, there are companies out there whose entire job is to bury the fact that you had a breach or paid a ransom. So it could be that one of them has access to more private data than the other one does.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to spend some more time going through these reports and maybe doing some kind of meta-analysis on it. Maybe we could do that on Enterprise Security Weekly at some point, do that as a topic segment. I think that would be a lot of fun to say, okay, who's right here? They say up, they say down?
Yeah.
Who's right? Sure. Well, that's all we have time for the intro today. We're going to jump into some of our conversations here in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. Welcome to RSAC Conference 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio and Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me for this interview is Marty Momdjian?
Yes, sir.
Momdjian. And you are the EVP of Services for Ready1.
Yep.
And we're going to talk about what Ready1 is. And Ready1 is a new brand for Semperis.
New platform that is being released this week at RSA.
Excellent. So yeah, welcome to the conversation here. I'm very excited to hear about this. I haven't had a lot of time to look into it, so all my questions are going to be genuine here. And first of all, why a separate name? Why a separate domain name for this? That big an offering, or it's that different from the other stuff that Semperis is currently doing?
It's pretty in tune with what Semperis is doing as a whole, where Semperis' main focus has always been the ITDR and pure identity security space when it comes to security controls, detection, recovery for Active Directory and identity. From there, we just had a pretty long history of incident response on the identity space and discovered a pretty big gap really in the cyber response and crisis response side of the house, right? And Ready1 is essentially a full brand under the Semperis umbrella, full platform with the ties, of course, into the incident response side of Semperis and identity. The main focus for us really on the Ready1 side is the incident response and true crisis response for organizations.
Yeah, so that's the original story why FireEye said that they acquired Manky, is their customers would come to them and just said, okay, we found something, now what? What are you going to do for us? And they're like, now you have to respond. You have to, it's your problem now, and made sense to be able to say, oh, well, we have incident response services, right?
Yeah, ours really led from my background, Mickey, the Semperis team. Over the years, we did a lot of incident response, true incident response that started as an event, an incident, and then growing into a crisis. And there was always the gap of most organizations have the people, right? They have the people. They have a lot of the processes in place, they just might be outdated. And technology is so reliant on Active Directory. I laugh because we're an AD security company, right? Best in the world when it comes to Active Directory security. We built the platform so it's not integrated with Active Directory, and a lot of customers ask us why. It's like, well, the reliance is so heavy on Active Directory, we built the resilience response platform for it to not truly be integrated and be out of band because of our experience around doing crisis response and incident response. And the gap is always a lot of the communication, right? The technology people know what to do. Incident responders know what to do. The organization just needs to be able to communicate. They need to be able to document what they're doing. They need to be in a constant prepared state nowadays. So we decided let's build a true platform to enable them to do that.
Yeah. So help me understand how much of this platform is designed to be used left of boom versus right of boom. Is this a case management tool? Is it? Are you testing detections and things like that? What are you doing within the platform?
So a little bit of all of the above. The mission of the platform itself, if you look at it, is to streamline crisis response. And a lot of organizations stay left of boom. They do their tabletop exercises, their preparedness, they get their documentation in order, they work with their partners and vendors. And then it's a lot of, I don't want to say sit around and wait, but an event occurs that turns into a crisis eventually, right? And then there's the response side, right, of boom. You have to coordinate all the people, hope your documentation is up to date. And when you respond, log all the activities, do all the forensics, right? There's a lot of point solutions for those. So our mission was, let's take all those point solutions and consolidate to a true enterprise platform for organizations and companies and businesses to operate out of. So when they are left of boom, they're always in a constant prepared state. And it's not built just for IT and cyber. We built it for the entire organization, so every end user has access. The consumers of technology have access, the board, the cybersecurity team, the crisis team. So they're self-managing their preparedness. And then when an incident does occur, the organization responds within the single platform. So they're communicating on the same channels in a secure way. They're logging their activities across the enterprise in the same exact platform. So to them, it becomes business as usual when they go right of boom, right? And then afterwards, the after action report. That thing people don't want to do.
Yeah.
Right? It's the complex, what really happened, when, how, who did it. Let's enable them to do it in the platform as an organization and enterprise, led by the crisis and cyber team and legal and GRC and everybody else that's involved. So it's housed within the platform itself, and we can streamline it end to end. And then when the event is done, go back left of Bang, right?
Yeah.
Go back to what gaps did we find? What is Ready1 telling us? Let's improve before the next one occurs.
Yeah, so we've already been talking this week. Is that an opportunity to use AI to come up with those lessons learned, to analyze all the stuff that has been put into this platform? Summarization is something that it does pretty well.
One of the biggest use cases that we're tackling
Yeah.
is the proper use of AI, right?
Right.
AI is thrown around so much. We're really looking at it as, what are we going to do with AI with all the data that we are consuming
Yeah.
from all of the customers that are on the platform right now? And can we truly have a couple of, I don't want to say simple use cases, but very targeted use cases? Mm-hmm. Can we take AI and summarize thousands of log entries and then create a one-pager for the executive persona and the stakeholder of,
right,
here's what occurred in the incident? Can we also take that same AI process to summarize it for the technical people, right? Mm-hmm. We're also exploring, in a future state, what do we do with all this incident data to have AI summarize, de-identify all this information, and then share it back out with the community. Mm-hmm. So there's a community aspect that is truly de-identified by AI that can share the wealth of knowledge that's in the platform for the community itself.
Yeah, and it's interesting you're talking about having all the stakeholders in there, but one of the things I often hear, about being important is for an incident response system like this to be out of band somewhat, mm-hmm, as well. Like you don't want it to be, you don't want an easy path for an attacker to get into your incident response notes. So, how do you deal with that? So
we built this platform from the ground up to be truly out of band, single source.
Okay.
So when you look at the platform itself, 100% browser-based and a mobile application.
Oh, nice.
Everything that we've built
so convenient to use also.
Yeah, and it's targeted towards the usability in the UI for the non-cybersecurity person, because everybody else is also involved in managing the incident.
Right.
If you're leading cyber and I'm leading a business operations side of the house, I still need to continue operating as a business. Yeah. My users, my consumers, my workforce needs to go somewhere for their documentation. Yeah. If I throw a cyber solution at them, they're not going to figure it out because they're finance people.
I don't want to train general counsel on.
Yeah, I don't want to train. Yeah, they're legal. Their job is to be legal. Their job is to protect the organization and us. Their job is not to be cybersecurity experts, right? Yeah. So we actually truly did build it from the ground up. So everything is built in-house. We're limiting third-party services and integrations because of third-party risk. Yeah. So things like the communication bridges, the legal redaction, the privilege actions, the documentation storage, the incident management side and the frameworks, it's all built in-house on the platform, and we have full dev control over it.
So putting all these pieces together, did you find like and maybe this is one of the reasons that you decided to build it, what are some of the bottlenecks you found you were able to remove in this process where otherwise a lot of companies would get hung up, or maybe information doesn't get centralized in the right places and communication becomes disjointed?
We want to make it intuitive, which was one of our biggest goals. It's always our driving kind of pillars behind this is make it secure as possible, reduce third-party risk, and then make it easy for the workforce. Make it easy for the non-cybersecurity and non-crisis folks that are using the platform. And our driver behind that was as simple as make the UI easy to consume and make it intuitive, because the biggest problem a lot of organizations face, my previous life as a CISO at a $60 billion conglomerate, was always, I have all these great plans. Nobody updates anything unless my audit folks and legal show up and they're like, you got a month, you got to update everything, audit's coming, right? Yeah. But let's make it so it's easy to consume for the workforce. So they go in, they update their own documentation, their own processes, they self-manage it, and remove the bottleneck of having to force it on to different teams and people, and enable them to actually go in and build what they need to be resilient to support cybersecurity in crisis. And
so a few questions. Did I hear it correct in that does this do any actual testing of detections or anything, or is it more of just the management platform where
it's more the management
putting notes and things like that?
It's the management platform. What we're looking at the testing side of it is we're after figuring out working with partners and customers, the true resilience score. Resilience is the big buzzword for the year, right?
It
I ask most organizations, have you defined resilience and then cyber resilience?
Yeah.
Resilience is people, process, technology, incident response, having my house in order, keeping it always up to date is not easy. What we're trying to figure out and working towards figuring out is what is a true resilience score that we can assign, pulling information in from MITRE, the RSACs, following what CISA and NIST recommend, following what partners recommend, right, in the industry, and saying, let's actually, instead of doing vulnerability scanning, pulling in threat feeds, let's take the systems, the processes, the assets a customer has in the platform. Do they have a response plan attached to that asset? Are the people defined? Is the documentation up to date? And the platform's purpose is to make sure the people do keep the processes up to date. If that piece of infrastructure system service becomes unavailable, but also have the people attached with the right notification at the right time that will alert them, upstream to do incident response, downstream to the impacted parties at the same exact time, and that's the automation that we're introducing. We want to go a step further and start integrating with third parties to make sure the systems are backed up. Right now we have the documentation, the people, the backup, recovery capabilities for it.
Yeah, so and preparedness.
Then, and the true resilience and preparedness score. So if something does go out of whack, at the end of the day, the score drops, the stakeholders get a notification, the workforce gets a notification, and it's their purpose to make sure it's back up to date and in good standing within the platform.
Yeah. And it seems to me a lot of resilience is knowing ahead of time what's going to happen with your systems. So is this something that's going to encourage tabletops? The kinds of activities that you would want to do. Because an incident can be a very emotional time. And how you respond in those situations. If you're expecting it, if you've already gone through these steps, if you already know how to use your tools to find things. Is this something that can encourage some of that activity?
That's what we're going for. Yeah. I've done a lot of incident response as an incident responder, incident commander, breach coach.
Yeah.
All eyes are on us.
Chief incident handler for 5 years of my career.
Yeah. There you go. What's the biggest issue we run into, right? It's always communications, and all eyes are on cybersecurity.
Yeah.
My take on it was leave the incident response team alone. They know what they're doing, right? Yeah. But let's enable everybody else to see what they have to and how they are impacted within the platform to remove the stress from the cybersecurity and the crisis team and the incident handlers and the incident responders. So they have their personas, their dashboards, their tools, and their access in a single platform. But for everybody else, access to their platform based off their persona, so they can go into Ready1 and see how are they impacted and bridge that communication gap between the business, the cybersecurity team, the crisis team, and anybody else that needs to be aware, and remove the stress for them, right? Because what happens in an incident, things go south, everybody turns into looking at cyber because cyber is good at process. IR is good at process. That's what their responders do.
Yeah.
Let's elevate them a little bit and honestly create a firewall between the cyber and the crisis and legal team so they can do their work and give everybody else in the organization the ability to access what they need to continue operating without their infrastructure and their technology running.
And it doesn't seem like it's a very high bar to clear, but I imagine maybe SecOps, the IR cert teams are the buyers here, the ones that are going to be building up and managing the platform. Though you said, once you get it up and running, people manage their own stuff. You give them access to the platform. But I imagine your main competitor here is going to be Google Docs. So
funny enough, it is.
Yeah. So you've got to be. I mean, it's not hard to be better than Google Docs from a feature standpoint, but it's hard to be better than Google Docs in the amount of time it takes to get it going. Google Docs template, 10 seconds, I'm already putting information into it, right?
We're tackling the problem of data leakage there, right? I look at it as if you don't give the workforce...
That Google Docs is always going to be on a platform that's potentially already compromised.
Exactly. Yeah. And identity management, right? If you roll out Ready1 to 30,000, 50,000 users, they download the mobile application, secure enclaves enabled, we push passwordless to the end user, they don't have to remember a second password. Yeah. Google Docs, you're not going to manage another 40,000 identities unless you integrate with Active Directory in your IDP. Yeah. Let's remove that barrier and that friction.
Right.
2, if you go out of band, most organizations implement Google Docs on top of Office 365.
Yeah.
Then they go buy Zoom on top of Teams, right? And I got to do my incident logging somewhere. I'm going to do it in spreadsheets. Let's remove out all that and single source it. Our secret sauce really is the tabletop side of the house.
Yeah.
It generally takes months to set up a tabletop, go through
Right.
scenarios. There's some great technologies out there for simulations.
You got to be creative.
Yeah. And how do I get an enterprise-wide tabletop? It doesn't happen. We focus on cyber. We find all the gaps. It takes us months to do an after-action report. We've reduced that time with 30-minute deployment of Ready1. Set up your incident response team, stand up a scribe log. We include the bridges, the escalation paths inside of it, and you can do a tabletop within 7 business days with cyber, the risk team, the stakeholders, the crisis team. And the after-action report that takes months to produce is minutes inside of Ready1.
Nice.
So, and that's one of the ways that we're tackling it with true segmented AI that is instance-based per customer base, is let's generate that, and then let's make it something that's consumable for the non-cybersecurity person so we can track the gaps within Ready1, and then do a tabletop again the next quarter.
Yeah. Yeah, because some of that cyber resilience is up here. It's people being prepared for, okay, here's how it's going to go down, here's the steps, here's what we go through.
How do I take that knowledge out of, I say this a lot, right? Most companies nowadays are technology companies that happen to provide another service. I come from healthcare. We were technology companies that are good at taking care of patients.
Right.
The airlines are technology companies that are amazing at scheduling, and they happen to own a bunch of airplanes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Manufacturing is like IT companies that are good at manufacturing products and robotics.
Yeah.
Right. So, and there's resellers, big Fortune 50 companies. There's supply chain companies that are good at technology that also happen to do supply chain to get goods to a consumer.
Yeah, logistics. Yeah.
Let's take all that knowledge in their head, have them put it into Ready1, so when an incident happens, they don't have to think about where to go, where to find it, how to continue operating. They log in, and what they need is right in front of them to trigger their response actions and say, oh yes, here's my forensic logging, my actions, my runbooks and playbooks in a single spot for IR.
Yeah.
To the workforce, it's here's how I do payroll when my payroll system is offline. Because they practice it in the tabletop and they self-managed it.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you
Awesome.
so much for joining me today, Marty.
Yeah, thank you
Enjoyed
for
the
having me.
conversation.
It was awesome.
Legitimately excited about the product.
Yeah, definitely, and come by the booth. So
Yeah. I'm going to carve out some expo time.
Awesome.
Yeah. All right. To find out more about Semperis and Ready1, you can visit securityweekly.com/Semperis RSAC. For all RSAC 2025 coverage by CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Thanks again, Marty, for joining me, and stick around. We'll be back after the break with more interviews, live from RSAC Conference 2025. Welcome to RSAC Conference 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio and Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me for this interview is Derek Manky, Chief Security Strategist and Global VP Threat Intelligence, Fortinet's FortiGuard Labs at Fortinet.
You nailed it.
Welcome, Derek. How are you?
I'm doing very well. How are you? Good to see you again.
I always look forward to our conversation, so I was excited to see that I'd have an opportunity to chat with you about the latest report. And we've been getting a lot of reports lately, and it's very interesting. It seems like everybody's pretty much on the same page, except one vendor I won't mention. They put out a video this morning, and it was almost exactly the opposite of everything we saw in Verizon's DBIR report. So I don't know what happened there. They must have different sample data, right? Like everybody's got different data sets that they're looking at.
Yep.
But yeah, kicking things off here. One of the things, you put these out twice a year still, right?
This is an annual, so we took a bit of a different focus this time. Actually, we refactored the approach quite a bit.
Okay.
So it's an annual view and scope. And we also broke this down from an attacker's point of view. So we went through the MITRE ATT&CK framework. So each phase of that, what is FortiGuard Labs seeing? So we sort of framed it into the life cycle of an attacker and trends around that.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah. And one of the things I'm always interested in, because you're looking at a lot of this on a day-to-day perspective, but then you put together these reports. Are there ever surprises when you put together the report, or you already pretty much know what the report's going to look like before you put it together?
It's a mix, I would say. There's things that are not surprises. There's baselines we have, of course, so there's things that I fully expect, like sort of that holding the line approach, because we do talk about this obviously throughout the year, so there's things that are not surprises, but inevitably we do find something that would be a little bit anomalous, right? Above that baseline too,
And what are some of the high points, some of the things that because we have seen some trends shift. I don't think everything is just up and to the right anymore. There have been some shifts in behavior.
Yep.
So maybe hit me with some of the high level ones, and maybe we can dive deep into some of those.
Sure. Yeah. If we look at the so a couple of things, right? I think the speed at which we're seeing the shift left. So we talk about shifting left a lot. Yeah. So more of the reconnaissance phase. We've talked about it. It's been more tactical with ransomware and things like that in the past. If you look at the report, there's been a lot of activity and focus on that. One of our lead points was just on that external attack surface management from an attacker's point of view. Right. So scanning, we see on average 36,000 scans per second. It was an 18% increase from last year, which is a clear indication of more of a focus on finding, mapping that surface, and then ultimately weaponizing it as well too. So that was a surprise, because I wouldn't expect to see it that big. The other surprise, quite frankly, was on the weaponization. So second phase, we talk about vulnerabilities in 0 days all the time. There were 39% increase in CVEs. So that's in the industry. 40,000 last year. That was a surprise to me as well, honestly. I knew it was going to be bigger. We're tracking usually a 5% growth metric, but almost 40%, that's an explosion. So that was very surprising. But what we saw in the report was, it's not all doom and gloom either, in a sense that, yes, that's a lot of CVEs out there. But at the same time, we saw only around 300 out of those 40,000 0 days weaponized. Yeah. So it's encouraged. Like, the trend is less on the 0 days, but the bad news is more of a shift into living off the land techniques.
And I imagine this stuff connects, right? Like the 300 out of that 40,000 you're seeing. I imagine there's a reason the scans are going on all the time, right? Like, a lot of these are edge devices. Yep. And the moment somebody sees it, there's a script that's just going to grab that initial access, right? That's going to exploit that, whatever it is, a VPN device, externally exposed management interface. Why do people still do that? I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's very much an end-day game, not a zero-day game. That was a takeaway from the report. Automation, as you said, like with the scanning. And that's the other thing that we saw in the report. So it's interesting, Adrian, because we walked through, as I said, the MITRE ATT&CK framework. We're seeing that framework, the tactics, being chained together now. So multi-stage attacks. The cloud, for the first time in this report, we had CNAP and cloud data, and it's the same thing in the cloud that we're seeing too.
Yeah. And it's, as attackers automate more, I imagine that's where we got to go as defenders as well, right?
Yeah.
So you were talking about speed, and when you said that, the first thing I think about is how fast do we need to move?
Yeah.
Like when, and that's another metric I've been seeing from a lot of these reports is, some idea of here's when you can expect exploitation when this vulnerability is disclosed.
Yeah.
And it's, that timetable is getting super short.
It is.
It seems like you cannot wait on vulnerability scan results to start acting on something.
And you're absolutely right. So we call it the TTE, the time to exploit, and that metric is now in the days. We're continuing to see big campaigns that are weaponized, not just from one attacker, but multiple attackers within that week. Typically less than 6 days. So, and it's not just about the speed of weaponizing vulnerabilities, it's that whole attack chain, right? So the exploitation of the vulnerability is one thing, but now we're seeing I'm actually speaking on Thursday this week about an AI-enabled cybercrime. So we are seeing weaponization of AI to act as a catalyst to speed that whole chain up, right? To get credentials quicker through things like tools like Fraud GPT, Worm GPT, which don't have ethical restrictions like ChatGPT does. Right, so all of those things combined, the tooling is allowing not just the weaponization of end days of vulnerabilities, but that whole chain, right?
Yeah, and it's interesting, seeing some of the other shifts in what's being targeted. It looks like, it's been somewhat a slow trend. Like there's many ways to trigger a ransomware request.
Yep.
It started with encryption of data, and then we saw theft of data.
Yep.
And it seems like it's been shifting towards impacting operations.
Yes.
And so this is all leading to my guess that targeting specific industries is maybe going after industries where you can exert more pressure by impacting operations.
Yeah, so that's the tactical shift. It's a funnel, right? So what do I mean by funnel? It's always the inverse of the knock and the SOC of what we're doing in security, right? So from their point of view, they're doing attack surface management. They're looking, they're scanning that attack surface. They're sending out billions of scans. We saw almost a trillion, actually. It's 993 billion that we saw last year. And then they're funneling that into what's the interesting target that I can use for, so they're applying their own intelligence to that, right? To find those targets that contextualize into big targets, big revenue organizations and specifically manufacturing. That was for the second year in a row. So that wasn't a surprise to me, but it's holding steady. 17% of all verticals we saw was manufacturing for ransom attacks because it's business continuity and operations.
And it makes sense. I'm hearing that ransomware events are still numerous. Like we're not seeing a big drop there, but we are seeing a drop in the number of people paying. So I guess it makes sense to put more pressure on the people most likely to pay, right?
Yes.
Where it's really going to hit them immediately.
Yeah, exactly. And it is those large scale operations. And as I said, it's not just manufacturing. We're seeing also healthcare. We're seeing retail, right? Those are the other top targets we see too.
Oh yeah. Human health, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like that's almost industries where it almost looks irresponsible not to do whatever you can to get back up and running as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
And that's it seems like that continues to be an ethical quandary. Like there are people out there that even talking about regulations and laws that make it illegal to pay a ransom. Or at least we do have some stuff now where you have to notify if you pay one. But having some empathy here, you see so many cases where I can't fault them for trying to get back up and running as quickly as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always a fine line, and that's why it's so important to try to, we talk about in the CISO world risk mitigation all the time, but that's why it's so important to take, just like the attackers are shifting more left, being more proactive, right? We've talked about proactive security, but that whole landscape has changed now too, right? It's not just about theoretical situations or scenarios, or your typical phishing employees, you know, to get their security awareness and hygiene better.
We've got all this data now. That's something I've been saying until I'm blue in the face, is we don't have to guess anymore.
No.
Like our best practices used to be based on guess. Like changing passwords every 90 days seems like a good idea.
Right.
You know, we learn different, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like we're in a place now, partially due to ransomware activities being so successful, that we have some really good ideas of what works and what doesn't.
Yeah, and it's proven too. I mean, obviously now we have, think of something like zero trust. That was a concept, you know, five plus years ago. Now it's a reality. There are real solutions.
We're seeing successes.
And it works.
Yeah.
It works. It's in the name. Right?
Yeah, right.
And that combined with CTEM now and continuous threat exposure management. So breach and attack simulation, because we know the playbook of the attacker, simulating real world attacks. We don't have to just do tabletop exercises. You can launch this against networks, see how your security posture is, so it's a threat-informed defense approach, and then build security around that.
See where the gaps are. See if your controls actually work. That's an important one.
Yeah, and by doing that, it benefits everybody. It obviously makes networks more resilient. It allows, you know, by doing that with that's the way getting around enforcement.
You know, earlier I was talking about you can't wait until the scan tells you that you've got a vulnerability, and we're talking about the time to exploitation.
Yep.
And you know, this is something I often talk about, are scan-led approaches, which is fine for compliance, for PCI, for stuff like that, and intel-led approaches.
Right.
And you know, I imagine that goes for more than just vulnerability intelligence, but threat intelligence in general.
Yeah, absolutely. So as you can probably guess, I'm a big fan of the intelligence-led approach. I mean, leading our intelligence department at Fortinet, FortiGuard Labs. But yeah, that's the approach we take. I mean, look, you can have great detections and intelligence, but if it's not actionable, it's just intelligence sitting there. You can have a great platform without intelligence, and it's bare metal. It's unable to act on that.
Yeah.
So you absolutely need that converged intelligence approach. That's where the world of agentic AI, you hear a lot about that now, especially at this conference, but there's real implementations of that, of being able to act on not generative AI, but discriminative AI, to have localized learning to speed up the autonomous response. There are implementations happening like that. We've done it in our security fabric as well.
Yeah, so again, automation, you know, as attacks get quicker, we can't move at human speed anymore.
No, and you can't.
We got to find ways to automate.
Yeah, and you can't hire your way out of the problem, because there's a skills gap, by the way. It's just going to bloat your OpEx. So using technology like that, it upskills the analysts, it offloads workload that an analyst would otherwise have to do, it avoids analyst burnout, which is a real issue today. So there's a lot of benefits to it.
Yeah, that's one of the things I like the most about this AI trend in general, is it does seem like it can erase some of the stuff that humans hate to do.
Yes.
Your eyes gloss over, you know, you start making mistakes. And I really hope to see it addressing a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, and it's, you know, it's like any new technology when it kind of comes into full force. There's a lot of speculation, there's uncertainty, there's some fear sometimes. Is this going to replace my job? Yeah. But it's not the reality, right? The reality is we're seeing a lot of success where it's actually, like I said, upskilling analysts. There's a warm reception to it. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so you have a CISO playbook in here.
Yep.
So I haven't been able to dig into that yet. So tell me a little bit about your reports. Always have great takeaways, recommendations, stuff like that. Tell me about the playbook.
Yeah, so the playbook is, it's really talking about a continuous approach, right? Because we live in the world of AI automation, we can do things at speed and scale, and that's important from a security posture. So it's not a once a year penetration test. Did you check all the boxes? Okay, I'm secure for another year. Because the attackers are moving so fast, that doesn't sit well in the CISO playbook today. So in the CISO playbook, we talk about CTEM, continuous threat exposure management. Really, I think we've talked about the work we've done with MITRE before, the Center for Threat Informed Defense. threat-informed defense is the same idea, right? So CTEM just takes threat-informed defense and it puts it into a continuous cycle.
Yeah.
So it's doing the attack surface management, EASM, external attack surface management. This is all in the CISO playbook. So you know, via dark web, are people targeting your brand? Is there a phishing site impersonating you? Are stolen credentials being sold? Those sorts of things, that alerts can be proactively generated. Same thing with IASM, the internal attack surface management. That's the vulnerabilities and exposures and so forth.
Right.
Those sorts of things. So the pen test angle is important, but then there's also the purple teaming element. So this is using adversarial exposure validation. It's breach and attack simulation, running those real world attacks, and then seeing what your security posture is from that. So in the playbook, it's really about taking those, running those purple teaming exercises with gear, of course, this is gear to support that, doing it at speed and scale continuously. So it's not just one adversary, you're continuing to build those playbooks, run that intelligence-led approach. So that's a key part we talk about. It's the refactored continuous security posture built around intelligence and the adversary that we know.
And I think that's the biggest thing I see missing are these feedback loops.
Yeah.
Where, sure, maybe it's logged somewhere in your system, but that doesn't count if a human doesn't see it and act upon it.
Yeah.
Or if, maybe in the future it is more machines seeing it and acting upon it. But anybody can just turn all logging up to 11 and say that they detected an attack, but doesn't count if you can't use it.
Yeah, and so this is the other element of the CISO playbook is the AI piece, of course. But I just want to stress it's not just the generative AI and the large language models.
Yeah.
So if you look at the way we've implemented AI, we have it the agentic AI piece, which is sitting on premises. It's on the endpoint. It's in the cloud. It's on the networked NDR device and so forth. It's in the SOAR as well. But then you have the generative AI, we call it FortiAI, which is that large language model interface to the analyst. Yeah. So those engines are doing the heavy lift, the stuff that an analyst would have to do to find, you don't have to turn the logging up to 11, it can find those logs. But then it uplifts that intelligence into the large language models so that they can have that natural conversation with the analyst. It helps NOC and SOC convergence with that. So it's that, I look at generative AI as in the CISO playbook as that single pane of glass into all the operations between the NOC and the SOC happening.
Yeah. More easy to use interface.
Yes.
Yeah. That hopefully people need less training to figure out how to use.
Yeah, exactly. The on-ramp is less as well. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for joining me today, Derek. Always a fun conversation with you. Always enjoy reading the reports.
Yeah.
Looking forward to what comes next.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to our next conversation. There's good progress being made.
Yeah. To find out more about Fortinet, you can visit securityweekly.com/Fortinet RSAC. For all RSAC 2025 coverage by CyberRisk Alliance, you can visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Thanks again, Derek. And stick around. We'll be back. This is just the second interview of the day. We'll be back after the break with more interviews live from RSAC Conference 2025.
Welcome back to RSAC Conference 2025. We are broadcasting in Broadcast Alley at the CyberRiskTV Studio. This is Moscone West, for those of you who are in town. I am the co-host of Paul Security Weekly, Jeff Mann, and I am here today to talk to Gunter Ollmann, who is the Chief Technology Officer for Cobalt. Gunter, welcome.
Hey, thank you for inviting me.
How's your RSA so far?
RSA, like, this is what, year number 20 of this stuff?
Yeah.
Right, so got comfortable shoes now.
Good, comfortable shoes. You've learned how to pace yourself.
Exactly.
I haven't
Walking the
even
hall.
made it to the vendor area yet. Have you poked your head in yet?
I have. It's bigger than ever, and there's a lot of money on show.
Yeah. Easy to navigate for the beginner, right?
Yes, I prefer walking around the edges and seeing all the brand new startups. Right?
Yeah, the best companies are at the edges, I've found. So tell us a little bit about yourself. How'd you get into what we now call cybersecurity?
Cybersecurity. I think I've been for, you can tell by the gray hairs, I've been in it for a long, long time, right? So probably before it was cybersecurity. And
if I had hair, it'd be gray.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I mean, hacking since from ISDN days before that. But yeah, I've been doing this pen testing, the offensive side for so many years. I sort of say I probably spent about half my career trying to be better at the bad guy stuff than the bad guys, and then yin yang back to the other side of figuring out how to detect and stop people like me. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's about 3 decades now of this stuff.
So I always like to, on the show when we're talking terminology, especially controversial terminology like penetration testing, just to sort of level set for the purpose of the discussion and for our audience, how does Cobalt define a penetration test in the moment right now?
Well, yeah, there's a lot of varieties. Yeah, goals and objectives. I think key things for me for penetration testing is the penetration piece, really, right? So you can take all that vulnerability scanning, vulnerability assessment. Give me that spectrum of what's out there, what should I care about. Go deal with those TP, the true positive, false positives, and start dialing it in, right? Like those things can be discovered through automated tools, and as a pen tester, you run those automated tools, but that's where you start from, right? And so when I look at pen tester and defining pen testing, it really is, how do I, identify those vulnerabilities that are actually going to be exploitable? Right. How do I put them into the context of, of threat and risk, and then verify them, right? And as a pen tester, one of the things I actually want to try to do is to pop boxes, right? Actually prove that as I get through there. Because that's what
there's no
want.
boxes anymore. There's just,
well, virtual
there's
boxes.
just clouds.
It's just someone else's computer, don't they say? Right.
You speak my language. Popping boxes, getting root, doing the root dance.
But I think one thing to be careful about is this whole red team thing, right? I think the red team part really is a lot of mixed terminology there. Right. But I do think that pen testing today is maybe less stealthy, right? I think that's probably about the only real change between the definitions, I think.
Gotcha. So Cobalt does a pen test report. Is that an annual thing?
It is an annual thing, but this time, the company's been around for over a decade. We do about a little over 5,000 pen tests a year. Okay. And so we released a report for the last 10 years. And so a lot of brand new types of insights, right? I think we always talk about what happened last year and what minor things went up and down. But we actually step back and look at a decade of pen testing, and tens of thousands.
You were taking the big picture look this time around.
But, tens of thousands of pen tests across, thousands and thousands of customers. Different level of insight. Right.
To what degree, and I guess you probably can't prove this in any empirical way, but to what degree do you think your findings from actual pen tests reflect sort of the entire world, the entire spectrum? Do you think it's fairly consistent and typical with what everybody's doing wrong and everybody's doing right?
I believe so, right?
Okay.
Cobalt
it's enough of a population size.
I mean,
draw some conclusions.
Again, talking about thousands of pen tests every year for thousands of customers worldwide. Right. It really does give that very broad spectrum. But to be said, the vast majority of those pen tests are the more traditional web app, API mobile pen tests. Right? It's still over half the sort of pen testing that's out there in the market. A lot of innovation, a lot of work in that sort of space. Right. But you still see the same classes of threats. I wrote my first paper on cross-site scripting and first paper on the SQL injection back in 2002, and that's
still
still
probably the late 1900s.
yeah, and that's still the number one threats you see, right?
Yeah. It's amazing how that is true, and for all the investment that there is in defense. But that's probably another topic for strong libation.
Well, I think it'll be very interesting to see how all these AI tools that are used for developing code,
right,
and as people sort of move into this sort of vibe coding program, whether it actually fundamentally changes the nature of the flaws, or we just we find the same number of SQL injection. Now we just have something that's more common because of the AI systems. Right?
Yeah, so that's a big wild card, I guess. Obviously the theme this year at RSAC is AI, and everybody has their angle on it and their pitch on it. But this is the first time I'm having a conversation specifically about penetration testing and that whole aspect of security. Your report this year, does it have findings that are related to what you're starting to see? The impact that AI is having out there?
Absolutely, right. So we've done hundreds and hundreds now of AI pen tests and LLM pen tests in particular, right? So you've seen that evolution of what was a web application, and then over the last 2 years, people have added those chatbots, and those chatbots are now developed into more sophisticated AI agents and AI systems.
So they're the target of your pen test, is what you're saying?
This is the scope of the web apps that's sort of changed and grown, but it requires a specialized tool set, specialized methodologies to dive deep. And so what we're seeing is many more new vulnerabilities in that sort of LLM space, right? And I think one of the more interesting things that you look at the view from the pen testing report in particular is the nature of the vulnerabilities, but how long it takes to fix these things, right? And in many ways, you sort of think that AI being a much more newer technology, a much faster development cycle.
Right.
Why are those vulnerabilities taking longer to fix than the more traditional vulnerabilities?
Still seems like we're losing. How are you able to use AI now as a tool, as a pen testing tool?
Correct. Yeah. So across the industry, what we're seeing, I think, if I look at the tools that pen testers use, year on year they get smarter. Right. There's been automation, correlation between the results. We're using more threat intelligence, bringing those things together. In the last year, applying AI into those systems to be more predictive, right? About instead of trying to fuzz your way through everything, let's provide some AI based on these learnings. So I think the tools are getting smarter. What I'm really excited about is the pen testers themselves. The tools are not good enough for the environments that are being built, and so the smarter pen testers are the ones that have always built their own tools. And I'm seeing many of the gray-haired crowds like, this is great. Last time I had to do this was 15 years ago for everything became Web 2.0 and da-da-da, and I did develop all these types of tools, and then clouds, and now I'm going to do go develop a new range of AI tools that help me find vulnerabilities faster and more, and help me find the spaces where I should be targeting.
Right. Have you? Is this thing, we should have defined AI, but we don't have enough time. Is this thing that we're calling AI and its impact on the world, and is it creating new categories of vulnerabilities, or is it just enumerating the class? I'm thinking like OWASP top 10 type stuff. Is it just enumerating in a much greater way the things we know about?
Somewhere in between.
Okay.
Right? I think the nature of the vulnerabilities has to see that find in the AI and LLM. First of all, there's a whole big class of vulnerabilities that are all about the supply chain of that. How was it built, and so what does that DevOps pipeline really look like? Where are the vulnerabilities in there? But you can say that for pretty much any type of web application or modern development cycle.
Right.
But I think the parts that we're seeing that people are struggling with is this is often a new open source black box.
Right.
I'm going to drop this thing in there, right? And it has a number of vulnerabilities. They're more difficult to discover, typically, inside this particular box. But because the box is a lot of vectors and a lot of math, your ability to actually patch these things and fix these things isn't there. And so I think many organizations are still stumbling to try to figure out, how do I layer my defenses around this thing, because it's a new generation of open source problems.
Right. Well, that was kind of going to be my next question. Was what is AI doing to help us discover the fixes to the vulnerabilities it's discovering? Because we're coming up with new stuff, and I'm not an expert by any means on the types of attacks and the types of vulnerabilities targeted at like the AI agents or LLMs, but I've heard of things like poisoning. What's the defense against poisoning the LLM? Is there a defense?
Rolling back outside of pen testing, secure by design.
Right.
I think the attacks that are happening against LLMs and AI, while they are highly tuned for the systems of today, the actual attack vectors and the methods of attack and understanding these things are at least 20 years old. Right. So they've evolved with the times, but validating inputs, validating outputs, and the testing around those things are fundamental, but we may have forgotten to do it again this time. Right.
So I would assume that there's some level of the pen testing that you guys do that's what I would call old school, hands on the keyboard. It's a person, not a series of tools. Is that needed in the future? Is that needed now as we're still needed? Or?
Oh, absolutely, probably even more so. Right? I think.
How so?
So, if I look at the tools that are being used, tools are getting smarter. That's great, right? But the transition from taking those tools into, say, a managed service or a Sass penetration testing type of thing is that the data that you're running these tests, you're bringing that data back, and you are incrementally improving your tool based on the findings of your tool. But your tool can only find certain things, right? And so you need a research team that sort of helps add a few pieces. So you're limited by that, right? What I am seeing is that that process of a tool with AI and then trying to learn that process is very limited. It's a very linear path, and it's going to tap out, right? What I'm seeing from my side, from the penetration testing side, is that all pen testers always use different types of tools. That's where you start from, right? It makes sense. We're expensive people, right? And really investing in how do I learn from the people that actually have the real skills, and applying that back into these systems, right? And that's one of the things that has attracted me to Cobalt is that there are many thousands of people like me, like yourself in those past years, right, that are out there that love this work, have very specialized skills, right, which are irreplaceable in these parts, right? And so, how do I tap that community and get them focused on, there was an environment, the scanners found this level, the automatic triaging found this, the AI found these levels right here, and now I know these things. So here is an oracle of this type of system here is it's all on AWS. There are assisting people in the world that really know and can reliably exploit these things. I know who you are, let's bring you in to do those 4 hours, 8 hours of work, right?
So the LLMs and the AI have not yet learned the tenacity, the OCD aspect of how we approach the problem.
That's great, but those AI tools require data and voluminous data to learn, right?
Sure.
And at a higher end, first of all, those people don't generate that volume of data, right? And it's so specialized, it's never going to be in that space, right? I think we'll just constant elevation. The tools will get smarter, but the need for the specialized skills will continue to grow. Right. And I think the other part that's sort of reflecting on this really is that many people sort of maybe misunderstand the pen testing and the goals of this. Right. They look at, let's run a vulnerability scanner, let's run a managed service so we can understand.
Let's check the box. Let's say what it is.
We can check the box, but their understanding really is, let's find the vulnerabilities that we can go fix, right? Because these things will be found by our adversaries.
Right.
And I think the switch that we need, and hopefully at RSA, this mindset really is that many of the tools are based on detecting and stopping other tools. The reality, though, is your adversary is a human.
Right.
And those humans have access to those tools, and generally slightly better tools on average.
Yeah, I get
right.
it.
And so if you are building
like
tools,
what in education we call teaching to the test.
It's correct.
It
right.
misses a larger
correct. So if you understand that the pen testing part, and especially that evolution of pen testing, the offensive side is, you are understanding the adversary, right? And everything about matching tools and matching vulnerabilities that can be discovered through automatic ways gets you into a okay state, not into a preventative state for modern threats.
Gotcha. Well, pen testing is one of my favorite topics. We could talk for hours, but our time is up. I do want to thank you for joining us today to tell us a little bit about your view of pen testing and all the good or scary things yet to come here with AI and LLM. For our audience, if you want to learn more about Cobalt, what they do, and especially get a copy of the pen test report, which I haven't had a chance to read yet, but I'm looking forward to it, you can go to securityweekly.com/Cobalt RSAC. And to find information for all of the RSAC 2025 coverage for cybersecurity, CyberRisk Alliance, you can go to securityweekly.com/just RSAC. Thanks again, Gunter, for joining us today, and may the root prompt be with you.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks. And we're back at RSAC Conference 2025, broadcasting at the CyberRiskTV booth, which is in Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. The place is crowded. This is the first full day. Things are opening up. The vendor floor is opening up. And we're really good at suppressing the background noise. So hopefully you're enjoying all of this live and without interruption. I am the co-host of Paul Security Weekly, Jeff Mann, and our chat this session is with Rami Sass. He is the CEO of a company called Men.io. Rami, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
How are you liking RSA so far? I'm sorry, RSAC.
All right, yeah.
Rebranding.
It's my 10th time.
Okay.
So it's pretty good. You know, I like it here. I like San Francisco. I like meeting all these people. That's like a special opportunity to get to meet in person.
Right. Do you guys have a booth in the
Oh, we do, yeah.
South Hall or North Hall?
South.
Okay. I will be over there this afternoon. I'll have to make sure I stop by.
Come say hi.
How did you get your start in cybersecurity?
Actually, right out of college, I was hired by the person who today is my partner and co-founder.
Oh, wow.
In his previous company as an engineer, software engineer, just fresh out of college. And that company was doing something called role management, which is like a niche of identity management.
Okay.
It was later acquired by CA. So
back in those days.
Yeah, almost by random chance, right? It's just liked working with this person, Ron Ryman, who I still work with, and we're great friends, and that was the company. That what it was doing.
Okay. So what made you decide to go off and start your own company? What issues did you see that you wanted to solve or do better?
Yeah, that company, when it was acquired, had to produce a very detailed report of all the open source dependencies we were using, which we didn't have. So during the due diligence, like the most stressful part was fully dedicated. The entire development team was just doing research online, trying to figure out the dependency of dependencies, and document them to produce the report.
Sounds a lot like an SBOM.
It is. That term didn't exist back then.
Right.
But yes, essentially it was an SBOM. And then just by blind luck, there were no major issues. And we presented the report and it was accepted and transaction happened. But it did seem like a big risk, not just for us, for any company doing application development and trying to do something with itself, whether it's raise money or get acquired or oftentimes even sell to a large enterprise that would do some scrutiny on you.
Sure.
And there was no decent way to do it. Everything was extremely manual, very laborious, very time consuming. Okay. So we said, okay, this looks like a big gap in the market. And we got back together again. So the founders of that company and myself came together and founded.
So how long ago did this happen?
This was 14 years ago.
14 years ago.
Yeah.
And I don't know the answer to this. About when was the term SBOM coined? Seems like only in the last 5 years or so?
Probably longer, maybe like 8-9 years,
8, 9?
I think,
Okay.
give or take.
Well, there's that blur of COVID in the middle that
Right, yeah.
screws up my clock anyway.
Right.
But it sounds like you were sort of an early purveyor of doing the SBOM, just getting your arms around all that stuff that you have in your code that nobody knows about.
Yeah. So broader than just SBOM, this notion of software composition analysis didn't exist before us, right? So you could say we were the pioneers of SCA.
We can say that.
Yeah, okay. And then, to some extent we were ahead of our time, but in a bad way, right? We were doing it before anyone really cared.
Right.
And took us a few years before it got any
magic
traction.
square for you.
No.
We
like for 4 years we were toughing it out on ourselves, no funding, just hacking it until Heartbleed. Basically, if you remember that back in 2015, started raising awareness to this problem, and then shell shock, and then a whole host of other
There was a wave
vulnerabilities.
of them right in that time.
Yeah. And that turned the table for us, and then we really started creating a real business with customers with need, and were able to solve the need for them and provide real value and raise money and start growing the company and make it a real business.
Unfortunately, that tends to be a truth in our industry, if we call it that people don't really get it until something really bad happens. And then all of a sudden, hey, this is something that we should take seriously.
Right.
So fast forward 14 years, what does Mend have today? What are you offering?
So over the last several years, we've been expanding our offering all the time, and we currently provide a very comprehensive, complete application security platform that includes all aspects of the technology stack that people develop. So it includes the code itself, open source, containers, operating systems, and recently we've added AI components that go into,
We have to talk AI.
Yeah, we have to. It's mandatory.
That's right.
So increasingly over the past, let's say, year, we've seen more and more of our enterprise customers start to pull in AI components and bake them into the applications that they are developing.
Gotcha.
It's similar to the way open source is being used, but it's not identical.
Right.
And we noticed that existing tools, existing security tools, do not apply. Right? So if a developer is now grabbing a model or a RAG or an agent or something, a notebook, and putting that in their application, and you then scan that application with existing tools for SCA and Sass or any other tools, you're not going to get any results. So we started developing a new platform, a new service to identify security vulnerabilities in those open source components.
Gotcha.
And actually, going back to SBOM, what we very quickly found is that most of the time, enterprise organizations have zero visibility into what's going on in their applications. And so before doing any kind of security analysis, you actually need to SBOM your AI. In the AI space, it's usually referred to as shadow AI discovery.
Gotcha.
Right? So there's a lot of shadow AI.
Right.
Shadow in the sense that, if you're an enterprise organization and you have, let's say, 5,000 developers working for you, many of them will be randomly pulling AI components and putting them into their software. But if you are the headquarters, right? If you're the DevOps person, security, application security, compliance people, they don't know that's going on.
Right.
So very commonly, I had dozens of these conversations with our customers. I would go in, talk to the people that we talk to, the DevOps people, and ask them, okay, how many AI applications do you develop? And they would say 10, 15. And then we run a super basic shallow scan and find 200, 300. Right? And fine, granted, most of them are not like production level applications, and some of them are just sandbox applications that developers play around with, but still, there's no visibility.
Sure.
So the first priority is discovery, right? Shed light on all that shadow AI.
Right.
So that's like the first basic functionality of our new AI offering. And then analysis. Okay, you found all your AI SBOM. Analyze all these components. Try and figure out if they have any vulnerabilities or issues that you should be worried about.
Right.
And then finally, the third level is remediation, right? So, okay, we identify the components, we analyze them, we found some issues, now let's help you fix them, right? Because many, many people, I'll let you in a little secret, they are not AI experts. Yeah, there's very little AI experts in the world, right? This is a very brand new kind of technology and topic, and it's only been around at scale for a year or two.
Right.
So many people wouldn't really know what to do with it, okay? So imagine
just even from last year RSA, where AI was the hot topic, but it was much more hypothetical.
Right.
What's going to happen in the future conversations? Whereas this year already, more companies are coming in with, no, we actually have a strategy, plan, implementation, use for AI, rather than just the sky is falling.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. So best estimates we've seen and surveys we've run indicate that maybe 0.5%, maybe less of applications have AI in them.
Okay.
Right? But
wait a week.
Commonly, these would be like the most innovative, the strategic applications of organizations and the things that they care very deeply about.
Right.
So it is happening, still like super early days, but it is becoming a real thing, and there are more and more AI applications going out to the world.
Out of curiosity, in my day job, I do assessment work, so I talk to a lot of different companies, a lot of different DevOps teams, developer teams. They've always been notorious for not following policy and rules and sort of being off somewhere, doing whatever they have to do to develop because they got deadlines and they got performance measurements. And usually, in my experience, they're the notorious defenders for downloading things and using things open source, back when open source was a policy not to use it, to just whatever it takes for them to get their job done, which is obviously now extending into the shadow AI.
Right.
Is there a way to prevent from a policy, from a procedure perspective, to train developers in the right way of introducing AI into their projects, if for no other reason, so that it's known about? Or is that a hopeless pie in the sky ideal?
I think, systemically, maybe yes, and training and education and enablement is always good, right? I would never tell you not to educate people. Sure, let's do that and help developers have a better understanding on both the value of AI technology, but maybe the risks or things that they should be aware of and be mindful of when they choose which AI component to use and how to use it, definitely. But I don't think you can rely on that as an organization to protect you long term.
I would agree with that, because I mean the rules have been in place since the beginning on what not to download and the right way to do things. And it
what we
doesn't
find
often work.
Sure. So what we find does work is this approach we call manage by exception.
Okay.
So from the developer point of view, they don't need to be concerned about anything unless something bad is happening.
Okay.
Right? So there's very often a tendency for security tools to flood you with alerts and tell you about all these things that most of them you have nothing to do about, right? If you're an individual developer, you don't need to know about all the vulnerabilities in the application that were got there by some other developer doing something, or some by malfunction, or some open source, or something that you were not involved with, you didn't make the decision for. So it works much better if we only tell you about the very specific cases that you are directly responsible for, and we do it in a timing that is convenient for you, right? It's not a context switch, and it's not in the middle of you trying to accomplish something else that's important to you, that creates value for your application, but rather in some kind of a process that's already in line with, doing a pull request, doing a commit, doing a push, doing some code review. That's the right time to surface security issues, one at a time, make it like easy to consume and resolve, and have an orchestrated system sort of behind the scenes that's being managed by the security professionals to drive the right, prioritization and triage of, what vulnerabilities does the organization even care about, right? Because if you find 10,000 vulnerabilities, most of them are not that important, probably. So you need to find the right one. So we do a lot of...
So you're perhaps opening a can of worms here, and we don't have much time left, but how does MEND approach risk classification or severity?
Sure.
Do you contribute to that to help customers make that decision of what do we care about?
Yeah, very much. So in the past year, we've been rolling out our ASPM system, Against Security Posture Management, and we very early on have made a decision to allow our policies, prioritization policies, to be based on timed SLAs. Meaning you have a lot of different criteria to choose from to define the risk level of a specific vulnerability. So severity, exploitability, reachability, context, what the application is, etc., etc. And then tailor the policy to say, okay, if it's a high severity, reachable vulnerability in this repository, I need it taken care of within 72 hours.
Right.
If it's medium severity, it's not reachable, maybe 30 days. And then we have this cadence of, a daily check to see, okay, what needs to happen today.
Gotcha.
Right, and then that helps you both prioritize and manage the risk reduction in an orderly manner that helps you get real progress.
Which is huge because there's so many vulnerabilities out there today, and we talk about this on the show all the time. Just the sheer amount of vulnerabilities, and they're going up, they're not going down, and just how hard it is for companies to deal with using the traditional methods, the traditional CVSS score, mediums and above, criticals, highs. We have to get them fixed this high, and it's elusive. So the idea of prioritization is absolutely pragmatic, but companies are still fumbling with how to do that effectively. Personally, I think they should figure it out, but obviously there needs to be a reliance on tools and experts to do it for them.
Right.
Which is what I'm hearing you bring to the table and offer them.
Right, yeah. We make it very easy for them to set up their policies and decide what's critical for them and what the timeline needs to be, then automate the rest of the workflow.
Great. Well, I appreciate your time today explaining the unique problem that you discovered ahead of the game and how you're solving it for customers today. That's going to wrap us for this time. This is Rami Base from Mend.io. If you want to learn more about his company and his platform, go to securityweekly.com/Mend, RSAC. And of course, for all the coverage, go to securityweekly.com/RSAC. Thanks again, Rami, for being on the show.
Thank you. This is great.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good morning from RSAC. This is Doug White with Security Weekly. I'm glad you're there watching, and we're doing interviews today. So I'm here. You're obviously watching, but maybe you're going to come over tomorrow or who knows what. I am with Jawahar Sivasankaran, who is the president of Cyware. Jawahar has 25 years of experience. It's always nice to meet people that have a lot of experience. Growth leadership, customer success with Cisco, Splunk, Appgate, and that's pretty cool. So basically what you told me was that your basic idea was that customers and markets are moving on towards a more threat-centric approach to basically try to solve their SecOps challenges, was my take on this whole thing. And you said that the traditional, and this was where it immediately rang with me. So I was reading this, and then I get to this point, I'm like, okay, now I know. Because you said that the problem is that trying to ingest these large volumes of data, analysis, and actions was like a problem. And so I always remember when I first started, I was working at the computer center, and they told me that when I came in every day, I was supposed to sign off on this giant waist-high stack of green bar that was all the log entries from the preceding night. And I was like, how am I supposed to go through all this? And they're like, oh, nobody looks at it, just sign it. And then today, of course, it's become astronomical, right? So I guess the first kind of thing was how do you see the traditional SecOps stuff changing as we go forward?
Yeah, Doug, it's a pleasure to be here, first
thank
of all. Yeah. The first thing I would say is right out of the gate, Cyware, we operationalize threat intelligence. That's what we do. We drive other things like collective defense, which is operationalizing threat intelligence, but we also have the opportunity to share that threat information in a collaborative way, and that's what we drive with the organizations that we work with. But taking a step back, I've been in this industry for 27 years, taking a step back, there was a time and place for some of the legacy tools that we have in the SOC today. But that is changing. I mean, predominantly the big thing that you see is it was large troves of data ingested into the system, and then you do some analysis on that, and then you prioritize the action that you take. Sometimes it's manual, sometimes it's automated, but that was not the right thing to do, even at that time. But hey, it solved the purpose at that given time. But fast forward right now, what we need in the market is security operations should evolve. Definitely AI is playing a big role with that, especially around automation. Cyware is doing quite a bit of things around AI and automating threat intelligence. But the key that we are seeing in the marketplace is that legacy approach is changing to a more threat-centric approach. And this is where Cyware comes into play, where we operationalize that threat intelligence that's coming from disparate sources. It could be commercial feeds, it could be OSINT feeds coming in, it could be custom feeds. A lot of times we do work with industries where there are custom threat information that gets fed into the system itself, and then how do we make sense of that? How do we operationalize that? That's where Cyware comes into play.
So the first part of this is, of course, the sensor data. I mean, that's just the bottom line of like, I've got sensors, and so you've got to ingest that. And then the part, I mean, I understand that part, but the parts I've had trouble with are the feeds. So how much threat intel should I be getting from, say, external sources that are coming in so that to give me advice? I mean, that would be probably one of my questions.
Yeah, Doug's short answer is it really depends. So
well,
if you're a large Fortune 50 enterprise, or if you're a large organization on the government side, you most likely, what we end up seeing is multiple feeds coming in, threat feeds coming in.
Absolutely.
Right? And then the real need is making sense of those threat feeds coming in and then operationalizing them. This is all about collecting that threat information, enriching that information with the right information that we have, indicators of compromises, IOCs, that we need to enrich the right way. But then what do you do with that? What do you do with that process? How do you prioritize the action that you got to take on the other side? And what becomes important is how do you do the orchestration the right way? Even before you start automating some of these things, let's talk about orchestration of that outcomes that you want to drive And sometimes it's not just the security teams that are benefiting from that orchestration. Where we are driving is a true hyper-orchestration framework, which is faster, more efficient in the market. But how do you orchestrate that and eventually, hey, you want to automate some of those tasks?
Yeah, because I think you can't automate before you understand.
Exactly.
That's incredibly dangerous in my experience. Because
totally.
if I just start pushing buttons and say, tick this box, I don't really know what I'm seeing. So yeah, so I've struggled with that because like I say, sensor data, I got it. I understand what's happening, but you start telling me about dark web threat intel, patch intel, OSINT, all this stuff. So Cyware is processing that big block, and it's bringing that to me, and then what I go in and organize it by what I think is important, because obviously the answer is always it depends. And then it starts processing? I mean, so give me a little bit more guidance on that.
Part of it is you as the organization using the threat intelligence platform, or where we've evolved is beyond the legacy tips, if you will, more into threat intelligence management and operationalizing that. So really depends on how you want to get those sources in, and we've made it easy for us to automate that threat information coming in. And what we have done recently, this is a couple of months back, pretty new here, we do have a partnership with a leading threat intelligence feed provider, Team Cummery, if you've not heard about them. What we have done is we've integrated them with our threat intelligence platforms. Essentially what customers do get is a unified threat intelligence platform, or what we call as a CTI program in a box. So if you're not one of those super large customers, but you're still big, you do need a threat intelligence program, but you've never had your hands wrapped around it. We've created that opportunity for those organizations to get started or mature their existing CTI program with this integration that we launched a couple of months back. And the beauty of that is it's pre-packaged, pre-integrated, specific use cases that customers can deploy right out of the box. And the value realization is literally in a matter of weeks, right? And we've had customers where we've turned them on literally within a matter of days. So it's not years, it's not months for you to see the value coming out of a CTI program. We've packaged it so that it's simplified, and the results are seen pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, for a long time I was seeing threat intel, and it was very eclectic. I mean, there were all these different sources. I mean, for a while there were no sources. It was just like, okay, I gotta go look. But then you started seeing sources who would come to you and say, we will sell you this. But even then, the data was not very standardized. It was just coming in all kinds of forms. And I think we're seeing a move toward standardization of that data. And I'll use a really dated example for it, but there used to be some tools that you could set up to filter your web stuff. And I know this has nothing to do with what you're doing, but you could literally go in there and say, here's a category of things I don't want to allow, like pornography was a category. And I think we're trying to get over into that kind of realm where we can say these are these threats and these are those threats, and we can choose the things that best fit what we need to do. Would you agree with that?
It's a simplified example of what we do.
It's an absolute simplified example, but
abstracting that out. So again, threat intel feeds can come in any shape and form, right? Multiple shapes and forms, open source, OSINT, commercial feeds. And again, what we are increasingly seeing is with specific sectors that we continue to work is custom feeds coming in, right? Or custom objects that are coming in, right? Based on really that particular vertical or industry or sector that we are working with. So where we drive value, as I said, is operationalizing that threat intelligence, and that was the threat intel piece. But where the threat intel market itself is going, and Cyber is leading this charge, is it's not just the threat intelligence platform, the traditional CTI, the cyber threat intelligence, but we're also seeing convergence of exposure management, convergence of some of the DRP functionalities coming into this broader platform. Just last week, timely for RSA, we launched the addition of compromised credential management to that unified threat intelligence platform. So again, we can help our customers look for compromised credentials in the open web, deep web, dark web. And then one of the things that we can also do is automate the response with integration with IAM tools, right? So again, there's a lot of convergence that's happening, and cyber is leading that charge.
No, I like that because I mean because that's one of my great fears is that you have somebody who's an employee, and I talk about this all the time, and even though they didn't get compromised here, we're safe. But they got compromised on some website that they went to 6 months ago, and they used the same credentials, and now that's just an automatic breach. And it's really hard to defend against that. And trying to tell employees to go out and look for that, it's easy to say, it's really tough to do. Because I mean, how do you even begin? Exactly. I used to work where the company had 35,000 employees. How many of those people got breached yesterday? Yeah. And now I'm supposed to supervise that, and I'm back to this giant pile of paper that I'm somehow supposed to review. Yeah. So this is automating that component as well.
That component as well. And the key here is that you've got a lot of solutions that do just the compromised credential management. You also have solutions out in the market that do dark web monitoring, that do social media monitoring, all of that. But how do you integrate that with your cyber threat intelligence? That becomes critical, and this is where we're driving
and that's what you're doing.
This is where we're driving value, and that compromised credential launch last week was exactly that. And again, this is taking into the realms of exposure management and other things in DRP.
Yeah, I think you're going to have something like that, because for a while, several years ago, you were getting a lot of pings from people saying, we can analyze the dark web for you, we can watch for certain phrases. And I always get back to, will I have time to go through this data? Because I know what that's like. Yeah. And I know what'll happen to me is I'm going to say, I'm going to go through that in a little while. Yeah. And I mean, I don't tend to work for Fortune 500, so if you're working for a smaller company, you don't have a crew of 100 people to say, okay, you do this and I'll do that. Yeah. It's like, oh yeah, those routers went down this morning, I'm going to be off site. And now nobody's looking at that. So it sounds useful.
That's what it is. And where this all leads in is the impact of AI with security operations and cyber threat intelligence. So, and again, this is one of those things where we are really charging the market ahead, if I can put it that way, within the cyber threat intel space. So we've got things in place on the truck where customers can use Cyware quarterback for chatbot knowledge base, but where we are taking this is towards a multi-agent strategy, right? This is where the agentic approach comes into play, where can we automate a lot of the traditional security operations functions, and it's not just automating for the sake of automating, but backing that with strong cyber threat intelligence, what we see. And then the other part where we're also truly proud of is, what do we do with that bi-directional sharing of threat intelligence? I mean, we work with ISACs, almost all the major ISACs, but that is very, very important for everybody in the industry, right? Where we need to share threat intelligence to stay ahead of the adversaries. We don't do that enough as an industry, I'm saying. And again, this is one of the things that at Cyber, we're super proud of what we are doing.
I'm happy to hear you say that, because it was something we've been advocating for a long time, that we ran into a brick wall. Back in like 2005, I was trying to help the state police try to coordinate that kind of stuff. It was mostly targeted, not again at big players, but at medium and small businesses. And there just was no intel there. And they couldn't afford to put a team on it. And so fusion centers, ISACs, that kind of stuff was starting to come together. And it needs to be bi-directional. I was happy to hear you say that. Tricky business though, because the minute you start saying, I'm going to share, everybody starts getting a little bit nervous.
We create the right rules, we create the right framework for organizations to share that, that threat information.
I think that's,
But again, where we need to go is that collective defense, where the industry comes together. And again, we're super proud of the work that we're doing today, partnering with the ISACs.
How do you vet this stuff? I mean, it's a little bit of an odd question, but I was thinking about it in terms of poisoning and AI poisoning and all these kind of things. How do you look at all this intel and ensure that it's valid? I mean, I always worry about that.
Yeah, one thing is the intel coming in, we want to make sure that it's coming from the right sources, as we look through this. But then as we go through the enrichment, as we look at the correlation of events that we're looking, within the CTI framework itself, and then the other things, as I mentioned, like compromised credential coming into the CTI framework, we're able to drive the right outcomes. Either it's the orchestration part, and again, this is where I get really excited. Even before the automation, it's the orchestration that becomes super critical, right? And again, a lot of times orchestration happens within the security teams, but there are also times, hey, you need to orchestrate the right playbooks outside of security, right?
Yes.
It could be with the endpoint team, it could be with some other team across IT.
It has to be.
And that drives the right outcome for you to leverage a multi-agent or an agentic AI approach.
Because again, I as a security team, I have to be able to get that to the right people and make sure they take the right actions as a result of that intel, and we have to do it fast.
Right.
Because AI is making everything get scarier quicker.
That's right.
And the threats from, I mean, just like you see stories about people didn't patch stuff, from Windows 7 or something.
Yeah.
But I mean, we have to try to move that time horizon way up close to the front, or we're going to have real trouble in the future. All right. Well, thank you, Jawahar.
Very good.
If you want to request a demo at www.cyware.com/book-a-demo or securityweekly.com at Cyware RSAC, you can check this out and get a demo of Cyware so you can see for yourself what this is going to do for you.
Thank you, Doug. It was a pleasure.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
I enjoyed it.
Thanks.
Pleasure.
Welcome to RSAC Conference 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio in Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm your host, Mandy Logan, and joining me for this interview is Chaz Clausen, Field CTO Security at Sumo Logic. Welcome, Chaz.
Awesome. Thank you for having me.
I am very glad you were here, and as I mentioned right before we started filming, I am thrilled that you're a CTO and we can talk technical. So with that in mind, did you have something to say?
Well, I was going to say, I'm a former practitioner at heart, so I like getting down into the details.
Excellent. And I am very curious about Sumo Logic's position on intelligent SecOps. Mm-hmm. Is there something there that you want to start us off with?
Yeah, so I would say, I think the industry has been promising more intelligent security operations for a long time. And for a variety of reasons, there's been a lot of barriers to get that, right? And so right now, I think we're seeing a huge shift, especially with generative AI, which is everybody, it's top of mind for most people. Rightly so, because it has the ability to really turn things around. In the past, it was really human-led investigation, AI-assisted, which is great. That's kind of the state that we're in today. And I expect in the very near future, it's going to be AI-led and human-reviewed, right? So that's really what intelligent security operations is all about, is taking advantage of these models that can really chew through huge amounts of data, provide that correlation, and then the human can come over the top and gain huge time savings and say, all right, do we agree with the hypothesis here? And then how do we incorporate autonomy, like automated response, automated remediation? So, and you would appreciate this. I think the pain of the practitioner is still very, very real. And, things like alert fatigue, analyst burnout, come on, we've been talking about this forever. So hopefully, optimistically, and as fellow defenders, I think we're now at the point where we can safely say, all right, they're going to have a quote unquote agent to help, a co-pilot or whatever flavor that ends up being to level up, what they're trying to accomplish in defending the enterprise. So it's exciting, right? It's changing so fast. We'll see where it goes.
It absolutely is fantastic. And so if I'm hearing you correctly, you're talking about in the SOC being able to go from just assistive AI to actually having agentic AI that is working on behalf of the practitioner?
Exactly. And so at Sumo, we were one of the first to embed what we call the co-pilot or mo-pilot, which is, hey, does every analyst need to be a ninja at writing queries? Well, not anymore. Provide that natural language interface so you can just say, show me all the failed logins for Bob over the last 24 hours and, visualize it on a map. That's where we are today, which is great. The next iteration of that is going to be more opinionated, right? So, what are the hypotheses? How would you investigate that? Provide suggestions for the analyst to actually investigate it in various ways. And so that's going to be exciting to see, because now the analyst is kind of steering it with the assistance of this agent. And that's, you keep hearing about agentic AI. What does that mean? Various definitions, but I think really it's all about bringing on additional support in the form of artificial intelligence, right?
Absolutely. And now, do you get as excited as I do about the fact that there is so much data? We do have so much data that is collected constantly.
So, well, it's funny that you say that, because the problem used to be just scale. Mm-hmm. Can we bring all the data in at scale, the telemetry that we need to answer these questions, to do this correlation? And it's one of those, be careful what you ask for, because now we're sitting on heaps of data, so much data, and what do we do with it? Well, the good news is handling textual data in the form of logs specifically is what generative AI is good at. Yeah. And so Sumo Logic happens to be sitting on one of the biggest data repositories in the world. Last I looked, I think we analyzed 3.5 exabytes of data a day, right?
A day, really?
And that's across, thousands of customers streaming in logs into a multi-tenant platform. And so we've got this mountain of data, and now we're like, okay, there's, like you said, there's a lot of intelligence in there if we can find it. And so that's kind of, we're on the cusp of wow, this is going to really unlock a lot of doors for customers.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that is, in today's world, you're moving toward that being gold.
Yeah.
and being able to
Data is gold. Yeah.
It is gold.
Yeah.
And so with that, is it from that data set or from your real world experiences with your customers, or from your view as a former practicing technician, I guess we would call it, what are some of the biggest blockers that security teams are facing right now in the rise of AI?
So I don't know if it's a blocker, but I would say the velocity in which the adversaries are operating is becoming a bigger challenge. And partly it's the same shift that they're taking advantage of. You know, it's like every new technology is weaponized. And so as the defenders are trying to quickly adopt AI into their solutioning, the adversaries are also like, okay, what can we do to accelerate our,
Correct.
and so that's probably one of the challenges, because when it used to be, the mean time to detection and how long did it take for an adversary to get a foothold all the way to data exfiltration or damage, now all of a sudden it's gone from hours or weeks to days to minutes. And so that means that the security analysts now have to be on top of their game. What's the answer to that? And I think it really falls in line with what we've been talking about, which is, can AI bridge the gap, right? So it's that cat and mouse game that is forever, I guess.
Absolutely, but if I remember correctly, with Sumo Logic, you had already experienced real world feedback of, I think it was mean time to remediate being decreased by 60%.
Well, yes, so we acquired not too long ago a SOAR platform, right? The security operation or orchestration and automated response. And as a company, we looked at that technology, which is, the playbooks that you're familiar with. How do you automate the task that an analyst has to do every time they're investigating? And we decided, you know what, we need to just give this technology away for free. And so a lot of that automation now is embedded in our core product at no cost. And that's where we saw huge gains in the mean time to response and investigation, because now an alert fires and the alert's automatically doing enrichment, reputational lookups, creating tickets, notifying you via chat ops or whatever. And so that chain reaction is already in place. So it's really helped, all of the tasks that nobody likes to do, like, oh great, another alert.
Right.
Let me open up my playbook or my run book, and all of that's now gone. They can really focus on the meat of what the actual event is. Now, the other, I guess, side of the coin is, I guess one of the biggest hindrances, in my opinion, for true automated response has been the garbage in, garbage out problem. Like, you can't feed in like a bad alert into a system that's gonna like DDoS your executive. Like, you don't want to get that phone call, right? Like, who shut off my account?
No.
Now, all of a sudden, the alerts are better in fidelity, and so you can be more confident in your automation. And I think that's the shit. Like, not a lot of people here at like RSA specifically are talking about automation because it's past its hype cycle. But what I think they're realizing is automation directly benefits from, AI, because the alerts are better.
Sure.
You can feed it into your automation more confidently. So that's going to be a huge shift, I think, too.
Well, and even though I don't hold that AI is the be all and end all of every advancement that can go on,
Right.
I do think it's incredibly fascinating that we happen to be in a niche where there is the actual data, like you're talking about,
Right.
that can be used.
Right.
And it's so much more accessible. Plus, we have a lot of very talented practitioners and security teams that actually thrive on being able to understand how they can more quickly detect, remediate, and create solutions consistently for their teams. And for all of that, it is such I feel like it's a point of pride for being in this industry, because we do get to see that. And I am curious now with Sumo Logic, or you yourself, what you have done, is there any portion of your focus, research, or operations that have to go with securing LLMs or AI themselves, or if like a company has proprietary LLMs or AI that they are using?
Yeah, that is actually a very interesting question. Security is always a little bit behind, right? So new technology comes out and then everybody's like, adopt it, and they're like, wait a minute, are we doing this securely? And so I think you're asking the right question. The answer is yes. Fortunately, because we're a cloud native security analytics platform, we have all the plumbing in place. So for example, Amazon Bedrock is one of the leading like ways to adopt large language models because they host all of the popular, platforms like Cloud and Anthropic Cloud or Open AI or DeepSeek or whatever flavor. And so because they're now...
No, can I insert here real quick? So I hadn't actually thought this through until recently, but I understand like LLMs can't be patched. So you're talking about completely scrapping.
Well, the thing is, in some ways, if you choose to go with Amazon Bedrock, they're hosting
They're
that
handling
for
it,
you.
right.
And so that shared responsibility is nice because you're not interfacing directly with DeepSeek, which I would say that there would be security concerns there because you don't know what happens when you throw the data over the fence. But if it's hosted privately in the Amazon cloud, I think there's a little bit more assurances there. And then to your earlier question is, fortunately, AWS has a lot of telemetry around all of their services. So you can actually monitor, what are the VPC flow logs and the service calls and the API activity around Amazon Bedrock, for example.
Right.
And so now all of a sudden you can monitor your use of AI to make sure it's being done safely. Is it going rogue? The fears that sci-fi always like, do I really want an autonomous agent working on behalf of my company? Well, do it safely, obviously, but make sure you have your security controls because it is new technology, to be honest, and a lot of people are a little bit unsure, just like when cloud was on the rise, right? And so I think you're ahead of the curve a little bit, and we need to start thinking about, okay, be aggressive with your AI strategy, but also don't forget to bring in the governance. I think it's ISO 42001.
42,000, right? Yeah.
Whatever it is. Like, be pragmatic and understand the risk, and don't just go guns blazing. Make sure you do it in a safe way.
I want to go back to something that, I think it was actually from a blog post of yours that I had read. Cloudy with a Chance of Patching, I think was the title, which I enjoyed. But talking about that move to cloud services, where really we saw cloud providers willingly take on a much larger share of responsibility for securing an organization's infrastructure and security operations in a way. So with Sumo Logic and the unified threat intelligence, what are benefits you can see for SOCs and for analysts that are doing things like working with Bedrock and they can use the unified threat intelligence from Sumo Logic? What are the benefits to them?
Yeah, so the challenge with security, as you know, because you've been in this industry for a long time too, but it's always like, how do we become a business enabler instead of a hindrance? And we need to attack security as a problem of, all right, we need to support the business. And the risk aspect of cyber, at the end of the day, it has a financial impact as well. And so when you look at risk, you have to do it through two lenses. Really, it's the cyber risk, which is kind of what we do every day. Like, are you monitoring? What's your security operations stack and tooling and all of that? But there's also the innovator's risk, which is if you don't move fast enough, then the competitors will beat you. And at the end of the day, you're going to lose. And so how do you balance the innovator's risk, moving too slow, being too cautious, with the cyber risk and not being cautious enough? And so the Sass shared responsibility model, of course, has helped tremendously because it lifts a lot of that fundamental, infrastructure burden off of the builders and the solutioners. But you just have to be thoughtful, right? Like, how do we move fast and break things, but at the same time, don't break too many things, right? Because your reputation is on the line. And so, it's one of those things as security practitioners that you really have to balance. If you're constantly saying no, or you're constantly throwing up too many controls, then you're not going to be invited to the conversation at all. Unfortunately, we've been there, right? And so balancing that and figuring out ways that you can help the business, I think, is the right approach there.
Beautiful. So is it your take, just quickly as we wrap up here, that with the advancing use of AI and eventually AI agents on behalf of the company, that the perimeter becomes even more like a Burning Man camp
Yeah,
instead of a nice established hotel.
Right. I mean, yeah, that was the call out in the article. Gosh, like what does the horizon hold? I don't know. I mean, it is the wild, wild west out there, and you know, I was just talking with somebody down at our booth, and they're like, non-human identities or non-human entities have always been at risk, right? I've heard the number 10 to 1 is like there's 10 non-human accounts to every one real person.
Right.
And now all of a sudden we're introducing the autonomous agent that can actually be smart and do things and be goal-oriented. So are we ready for this? Like that could be the Burning Man, like, you know, and it's like, is that too sci-fi? Like, who knows? All of these autonomous agents going around working on your behalf is a good thing, but just be careful, right? Be careful on how you do it. So,
well, thank you so much, Chaz.
Yeah.
And I definitely want to invite the audience to check into what Sumo Logic is providing and all of the thought and planning you are putting into making sure your customers are as secure as possible.
Right. Yeah. Well, thank you for your time. It's a great conversation.
Excellent. To find out more about Sumo Logic, please visit securityweekly.com/Sumo Logic RSAC. For all RSAC 2025 coverage by CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Thanks again, Chaz Clausen, for this conversation. To our audience, stick around. We'll be back after the break with more interviews live from RSAC Conference 2025. Thank you, Chaz. Welcome to RSAC Conference 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio and Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm your host, Mandy Logan, and joining me for this interview is Charlotte Wylie, SVP and Deputy Chief Security Officer at Okta. Welcome, Charlotte.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, it's wonderful seeing you again.
Nice to see you too. Yeah.
Has RSA's kicked off okay for you? I'm sorry, it's RSAC conference now.
Yes,
Make sure I adjust that.
RSAC. It has, yeah. It's always a really big event, and each year it gets bigger, which always amazes me. A lot of great conversations and great topics this year. So yeah, hopefully it's a great event for everyone.
I agree, and it's exciting because Okta is involved in so many parts of the RSAC experience.
Yeah.
So I hope that you're getting to enjoy many areas of fun and intrigue and connecting through all of it. And I'm curious now because Okta is so known and obviously focuses on identity security. And as identity keeps moving beyond just human identity, what are some of the risks or trends or information that you see and you feel is poignant at this moment?
It's so interesting to see the RSAC themes of 2025 compared to 2024. Last year we were talking about Gen AI in a sort of marketing sort of hype, and this year it's real. We're seeing it. It's in real applications now, and from a security standpoint, that means real threats, real risks that we're having to deal with. And so for us at Okta, it's an incredibly important part of our strategy about how do you secure that non-human identity as well as the human identity. More often than not, we're just not putting the right security in at the start for non-human identities, and so we really want to make sure that we're accommodating for that in our product. And so we've started really early on that journey. We've developed Auth for Gen AI, which is really about providing, secure product around how do you secure the controls for Gen AI and agents from the very beginning, from day one. So it's great to see the evolution.
Well, in that, with the Auth for Gen AI, what precipitated that you felt was one or two of the key challenges that came simply because of the Gen AI?
I think that what it's done with Gen AI is it's increased and elevated the already existing identity threats that we were seeing before.
Right.
So it's just that attackers are using more sophisticated social engineering mechanisms with Gen AI. So we're seeing very
much more rapidly.
Much more rapidly.
Yes.
So things like really hyper-realistic phishing or deep fakes that are bypassing current verification mechanisms. And so it's really about, we have to respond to that in the way that you're securing identity pre, during, and post authentication. And so we're looking at how do we provide a platform, a unified, secure, single pane of glass for not just your human identities, but your non-human identities as well.
And with that view, what do you feel like organizations should be focusing on? Where should they put their time in the next 12 months?
Yeah, I think that it's really think about sort of the proliferation of different identities and that scale. So where you've got identities from machines to employees, APIs, and now AI agents. And so that broadens the potential for many different gaps to exist in your identity platform. And so really you need to think about, how am I going to unify the different solutions that I have for identity, and ensure that the attackers aren't getting through those gaps because of weak policies or just visibility issues. How do we make sure that we're providing that end-to-end visibility for all identities in the ecosystem?
Wow, so with your background on such a broad range of establishing and scaling, but also with processes, not only on the human side, with individuals within an organization, but also the processes that security teams and organizations need to go through. What can you share that is Are there steps or benchmarks of a process that you would recommend organizations follow while dealing with Gen AI augmentation to the existing threat landscape?
Absolutely. I think that knowing what identity threats exist within your existing environment is the starting point. And then, as I say, the non-human identities, they elevate and scale that. And so I don't think we're dealing with net new identity threats and issues. It's just that we're dealing with them on a very different perspective, a very different plane. And so for organizations, it's know where your gaps are, know where your risks are around your identity and access management controls. Focus on making sure that you are securing both human and non-human accounts, and do it in a way that's unified, do it in a way that you minimize those gaps, and that you're tackling the end-to-end position of where those threats could eventuate.
Excellent. Now, have you noticed, I've seen some trends about really, say, old school attack vectors like SQL injection and stuff gaining a foothold again because of generative AI agents or because of data, the way it's being used within the organization. Can you speak on any of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the point you just made is these old vectors that we're seeing still being leveraged. It's they're not new challenges. It's just we're dealing with them in a very different way. And so with the non-human identities, it's really, you want to be looking at applying the same thinking for human identities against them. So how are you rotating the credentials for these AI agents?
Okay.
How are you making sure that you're validating or remediating issues on a constant basis? And so treat them the same way you would as a human account. And I think that you will get the same outcome in terms of being able to identify those risks early and mitigate them where you can.
And what are you especially proud of that Okta is doing on that front for its customers?
I love this. So we really want to think about how do you bake security in, not bolt it on. So Auth for Gen AI is a great example of that, where from day one, you're ensuring that the identities are secure. You've got the right identity and access management controls in there. And so we're really thinking about the pre, during, and post-authentication journey, and how do you verify that you are doing the right things for those non-human accounts the same way that you would with your employee base. So.
And do you have any numbers or data on the non-human identities, the ratio that Okta or customers are currently dealing with?
It's interesting. I recently read the Gartner report, and they've suggested that by 2028, we're going to see around 25% of breaches having a compromised AI agent involved.
Oh.
Which I think is fascinating. And so really, I think that's just a watershed moment for the industry to be able to say, how do I protect myself against this happening? Because that's 1 in 4 organizations going to experience that in their breaches, which is kind of terrifying.
It absolutely is. And that made me think of Pluralsight's recent report on AI skills. And among 1,200 practitioners, they found that 74% self-reported exaggerating their know-how and understanding of AI and AI agents.
Oh, wow. Not unsurprising.
It is not.
I think it's someone compared this the other day to like blockchain a few years ago, where it was the big hype and what are we doing about it, but the reality was that many people just didn't quite wrap their head around how this was going to affect us and what was going to happen. I think that we're in that age now, and there's so much potential, I think, for the vendors here, and I think Okta as well, for us to make sure that we are providing solutions for dealing with this new agentic age that we're living in. It's going to be interesting to see how that adoption and that understanding of that adoption plays out in the next few years.
It absolutely is. Charlotte, this has been lovely. I'm so glad that you are here, and thank you for sharing with us. And I definitely want to invite our audience to get more information. So to find out more about Okta, please visit securityweekly.com/Okta RSAC. For all RSAC 2025 coverage by CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Thanks again, Charlotte.
Thank you.
Now stick around. We'll be back after the break with more interviews live from RSAC Conference 2025.
It's Doug White, and we're here at Security Weekly at RSAC 2020. Did I say 2020? 2025. We're having a little numerology thing going on today. Could be a bit weird. I am now joined by Albert Estevez Polo, who has 25 years of experience and a track record of being at the forefront of tech innovation with expertise in quantum computing, and not a lot of people are willing to say that, but there are a few. Zero trust, not a lot of people are willing to say that, but there are a few. And microsegmentation strategies, which was one that we want to talk about a little bit more. Now, before joining Palo Alto in 2011, he developed the first migration tool, which would later become what is called Expedition. Yeah. That's like the tool that's there now. And that's a big one for firewall migration and optimization and all that kind of stuff. And Albert is the field CTO of Zero Networks.
That's
all
right.
All right, welcome, Albert. All the way from Spain. Yep. So how about that?
Thank you for having me here, man.
Yeah, well, thanks for schlepping
Very
over
excited.
here after like a long flight and power outages and all that kind of fun stuff that was going on yesterday.
That was zero trust.
Yeah. I mean, I've been on a few flights where I was there the moment we got off the ground and everything shut down behind us. Not quite that bad, but I was in ones where there were like weather and stuff, and they're like, we got off the ground, and you're like, yes.
That's exactly what happened to me too, man. I realized when I landed what happened in Barcelona.
Okay, so one of the things that you brought up in your sort of prep that I was reading was this thing called automated microsegmentation.
Yes.
And I mean, I understand perimeter security. I mean, I've built, PIX firewall, ASA firewall. I mean, it's not Palo Alto, but it's Cisco.
Yeah.
And I understand that kind of perimeter security, and I've done that a lot. But I saw the term automated microsegmentation, and I said, okay, what does that mean? And I wanted you to help me out with that.
Sure. I mean, so for many years, people have tried to, deploy microsegmentation solutions, but they mostly fail, always for two reasons. One, because it relies on the customer knowledge about who needs to talk with who, and this is really, rare to find between customers to have this knowledge.
Right.
And the other one is that you need to do a lot of manual stuff. And I think that this is one of the two reasons that microsegmentation didn't work out really well, and that's why it's not adopted. So even that everybody says the microsegmentation will help you to really mitigate the lateral movement, how you do it. So I think that we found the only way that I will say, that is automating the entire process. So when we arrive to a network, the first thing that we do is classify all the endpoints that we are going to protect automatically. So we identify all the services, the processes, the operating system, everything which is inside the asset that you want to protect. And that automation as well help us to generate automatically the security policies that we need to provide to each endpoint to be sure that you only talk with the people that you need to talk only. Or for servers, tie the connectivity between only those two servers or whatever the servers they are. And to do that, we focus a lot in the inbound traffic, okay? Because the inbound traffic is not infinite, right? Outbound, you can go internet to do whatever you want. If I try to generate security policies to allow you every specific outbound connection, it's going to be a nightmare. It's going to be an endless job. Okay. If you focus in the inbound, it's easier. So it's easy to protect you, by generating security policies automatically, and then getting rid of all the privileged ports. So all the SSH RDP, that we call it a ransomware deployment protocol, try to get rid of them and block them at the host level.
Okay. So if I create a session, so traditionally, so I'm just so we understand this. I know you understand it. I want to make sure I understand it. I want to make sure that they understand it.
Sure.
So say it's an SSH connection.
Correct.
So I got an inbound port 22 CCP connection from my house to some endpoint inside. How does that microsegment? I mean, so what is, I mean, obviously I know how to do that on a firewall. So I can put ACL rule in that says allow port 22 TCP, but that's not microsegmentation.
No, so, and this is a perfect example because SSH for us is a privileged port. Okay, it's a port that if you take ownership, you utilize it, you will get ownership of the machine that you are connecting, right? So what do we do? So when we are learning all the communications, we are going to detect that you are contacting this SSH server from whatever the IP you have. What is going to happen in 30 days after the learning process finishes, we are going to deny the inbound traffic for the SSH. And now what we are going to do is we are going to generate an MFA just-in-time policy for you.
Okay.
So what is going to happen is you from home, you're going to try to connect to your SSH. That packet is going to be dropped by the IP tables that you will have in that Linux server. But we are going to capture that drop. And based on that drop, I compare against the policy. So if the policy says that allows you to connect through MFA, I will send you an MFA. You first authenticate against your MFA. And once you do that right, then, only then, I will contact the server to open for you the port for an hour, 2 hours. So this is the most secure way to like knock in the door.
Yeah.
Right? So
No,
you
that
first
makes
authenticate,
perfect sense.
and then I open you the door, only for you, not from anybody else.
And I mean, so that is a dynamic way.
Exactly.
I mean, because we used to try to do stuff like that. So I always had rules and firewalls. When I was doing jobs as a consultant, I would go in and put rules in that allowed me to get in. Because I need to be able to get in from wherever. Some people didn't like that, but this,
that rule
this
was
means
static,
it's dynamic.
right?
Yeah.
That was static. So it was working 24/7. That rule was always there.
Yeah. But
That's
this
why
way it
lateral
just-
movement happened, right? Because when you breach into a network through one machine, you have firewalls, but those firewalls have security policies that allows traffic 24/7.
And
so
is-
it's easy to do.
And is that being maintained by like a token on the packet level?
No. So we keep all that knowledge, you know,
Mhm.
in our backend. And every time that we generate a security policy that is temporary, the system automatically removes them after the time expires.
Okay.
So it's
that
all
makes
dynamic. So you don't need to do anything.
Okay.
This is the approach that I think that is the only way that I see preventing lateral movement through microsegmentation
Right.
is by providing this type of capabilities. Automation to classify all the endpoints, automation to generate security policies, and now make security policies dynamic based in MFA. This
Oh, I
is
like that.
game changer.
Oh, that's very nice.
It's awesome.
I mean, that definitely facilitates a lot of the traditional problems that we had, because one of the issues, so I know you want to talk a little bit about zero trust. One of the problems we had with sort of the early zero trust ideas was going to a client and saying, I really want to shut everything down. And they're saying, I want to open everything up, and then let's pick the things that are bad. And I'm like, that's not really the best way to do this. It would be better to close everything and then open the ports you tell me. And that was really difficult to do, especially for production systems. But so how does this work to facilitate that?
So we have then an engine, you know, that is provided by knowledge experts. And when every time that we detect new communications, new services, we already know for a lot of them what are the security policies that we need to put in place. So this speeds up the generation of the policies based on the expertise that we collected from many years of working with networks. So, you know, if you have a cluster of Active Directories, you know which ports you need to enable between them in order to work, right? So we use this engine to generate and speed up the generation of security policies, which is really, you know, differentiated.
So I would feed that in from day one to your engine, and then your engine's going to build that dynamic security policy into it. That's in my Palo Alto, like, workspace control system, or where does that sit?
Our solution, what it does is orchestrates firewalls that they are already deployed in the customer network. So we don't need to deploy anything. Like
So that's standalone. So
it's agentless. It's totally agentless. So it's frictionless for deployment and even for testing, because you have already all the technology in place. So if it's a Windows machine, we are going to utilize the Windows firewall. If you have Linux machines, we are going to utilize the IP tables. So it's something that you already have in place. And the only thing that we are going to do is automate the whole process and orchestrate it like anybody did before.
Do you think that AI coming into the sort of attack space, which we're starting to see, this should help resist that, because the AI is always trying to find that snaky, where are there open ports, are there places for lateral movement? So that actually would be kind of stopped, I guess. I mean.
So what we think is the best approach following zero trust frameworks is least privilege approach, right? So try to close everything down, only open when is needed, and if the port that you're trying to connect is privileged, first do an MFA in order to be open for you. You know, if you do this, it's really hard for an AI system to try to find out a way to find a short path because now nobody trusts in anybody. All the inbounds are closed, you know. So it's really hard to someone to try to do lateral movement, even with using whatever they want.
Yeah,
and
because all the ports are closed.
it's something even weirder that we did. We extended now network segmentation to identity segmentation as well. So we can even tell that your administrators, they cannot log onto your servers. So if someone steals your credentials, they will not able to log onto the server because now the system is denying the access.
Okay.
And then what we do is we offer a mechanism through an MFA. So if you authenticate through an MFA, then I will add you to allow you to connect to that server. So imagine how we are reducing the attack surface. So now the port is closed, and you require MFA to get visibility of the port, and at the same time, I can add you, you know, in the logon to do the login. But first, you need to prove that you are you. So this is the best example of least privilege, you know, applied to the real world.
Of course. And I mean, there's still an identity management problem there, but the MFA is helping to leverage all that against it. Yeah.
Yes.
What kind of MFA is that using?
So we integrate with any SAML solution out there.
So whatever, yeah.
So whatever. So even we have customers that they develop their own. And as soon as it's SAML too, we can integrate with any.
So when people want to implement this, what's that path look like going from? I mean, some of this is just zero trust, but I mean, when you start with, like, say, a mid-sized company, and you say, we want to go from, right now we're doing Doug's model of, I open port 22 and allow traffic, to something like this, and say we have Palo Alto. I mean, I know that's part of your background. So what's that sort of process like? I mean.
So usually it doesn't matter what is the vendor that you have, even that we have a really cool integration with Palo Alto.
Well, yeah, the hardware wouldn't matter, I guess, yeah.
So because at the end of the day, because we are in the endpoint, learning from the endpoint perspective, the traffic needs to be allowed everywhere in order that the communication happening, right, from endpoint to endpoint. So we can learn and then generate the security policies to be applied at the endpoint level. So now that you are shrinking the security policy at the host level, you know, whatever the policy is in between is like less risky, because what we've seen in the field, the customers, they don't do a really good job by generating security policies, even less when it's in the same segment, which is nobody is applying security policies.
So just to get some steps, so the one of the first steps would be to just develop your commitment to zero trust. So yes. I mean, this is how I do it. You got to convince me you're committed to this. Then we develop security policy that sits there, that this is going to be, what do we know we want to do, and how do we control those users' access and so forth. And then once we've done that, we can put this into the engine, and the engine can then allow these connections.
It's even easier.
Okay.
Because, well, the first thing that so deploying zero networks, it takes like 2 hours. You know?
Okay.
Because, and the hardest part is to get a virtual machine already installed with a Windows server. This is the hardest part.
Wow.
So once you have that, we integrate already with your, Entra or Active Directory, whatever. So we do the discovery automatically. So we classify already your.
Okay, so it just happens.
Yeah, yes, it just happens automatically. And then you decide which machines you want to start monitoring to start learning. And just because we don't need to deploy any agent, we establish communications with all the assets. You know,
is that an agent that you put on the machine?
No, nothing. We establish a communication that we're using WinRM or SSH.
Okay.
So we connect to each machine, and then we start collecting all the information.
Okay.
So, and then from that moment, our engine starts learning, and in 15 to 20 days, you get the first batch of policies that you can validate, you can simulate before apply to see, hey, this is
that's
covered.
a nice thing.
Yes. And then as soon as you get confident, you apply them. Usually when you deny the inbound, for example, for your clients, customers, if you deny the inbound, nobody will notice.
So I guess what I would get to then with that is, so why aren't people doing this? I mean, this is, I remember my way was like, we're going to do this and you're going to live with it, get over it, quit whining. But this sounds like it's very doable,
Totally.
In terms of even like a mid-size or something could go this route.
100%.
So what are the barriers to people doing this?
So the barriers is we have to deal with the stigma of the word microsegmentation, because again, so legacy companies out there, they try to sell you microsegmentation for many years, and the only thing that I think that they generated is a lot of chaos, problems, and even projects that they are endless. You know, it is a lot of ROI that you need to invest. You need to put a lot of people, professional services to make it work. So at the end, the CISOs, they want to see something that is doable and has a start and has a finish.
Right.
And the majority of these projects, if you are not using automation, is you know that you are going to start tomorrow, but you don't know when you're going to end.
I agree.
You know, this is what we are breaking. Again, and this is very disruptive.
Cool. Well, thank you, Albert, for joining us. Albert from zeronetworks.com. You can go there and check this out. You can also go to securityweekly.com/zeronetworks RSAC. Thanks for joining us. Keep hanging around. We got more content to come. Thank you, Albert.
Thank you. Hey, thank you.
And we're back at RSAC Conference 2025, coming at you live from the CyberRiskTV Studio and Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm your host for this segment, Jeff Mann. I'm the co-host of Paul Security Weekly. And joining me today for this short amount of time is Rohit Damankur.
Yes.
I hope I got that close. He's Vice President of Product Strategy for a company called Fortra. Rohit, welcome.
Thank you.
How's your RSA going so far?
It's great. Great to see the energy and great to see so many products here.
Every year since COVID, it's been a little bit better, like things are back to the normal.
Back to normalcy. I think we are even filling some of the smaller halls
Or
now.
at least we're here trying to pretend things are normal, faking it or something. Tell us a little bit about yourself. How'd you get into this fun world of cybersecurity?
Well, I think cybersecurity was really an accident for me, so I jumped from physics into cybersecurity because of an internship.
Wow.
And for the last 2 decades, I have still been a part of cybersecurity. So been on a journey which took me through intrusion prevention on the network side, analytics, endpoint product, MDR, XDR,
Wow.
and now what I'm doing at Fortra.
So what are you doing at Fortra?
So it's product strategy.
Okay.
For Fortra, I think our mission is break the attack chain.
Okay.
So if you think about all the steps an attacker takes for succeeding, we have solutions and services at each stage of that, from offensive to defensive side, so that can actually stop the attacker in tracks.
How does that work a little bit? For those that aren't familiar with Fortra, are you a platform? Are you a bunch of agents? Or what is Fortra and how is it deployed?
So Fortra is a platform.
Okay.
Platform is combining a number of different solutions together.
Okay.
So all the way from offensive, email security, web application security, data leakage prevention, MDR, XDR, all of this stitched very cohesively together in one platform.
Okay.
Now, Fortra has done and grown inorganically with various acquisitions in the last 5 to 7 years.
Gotcha.
We are not with a vision yet with just one single agent. We still have multiple, but our vision is to go towards that single agent, which is fully configurable with all the modules that we have.
Interesting. I happened to be reading, somebody posted on LinkedIn this morning, a very long post about, basically give startups a break because they can't compete against the big guys. Somebody was saying, I guess around here, death to the single point solution. We need platforms, but they mapped out very nicely. There's a strategy to this. You got to start somewhere. You got to invest and grow, and it's kind of like how do you eat an elephant, one bite at a time type of thing. Sounds like that's kind of like how Fortra is approaching their strategy.
Yeah, I think because as you know, the threat keeps evolving very fast, and so you need to have solutions that are countering those threats also at a very fast speed. In general, bigger organizations find it difficult to innovate very organically. And I think the startup ecosystem that we have is really, really awesome because they are creating certain deep vertical solutions which can fit in a platform strategy, which solve a problem, but that they solve the problem deeply. And when you bring these deep solutions together, what you have is sum which is greater than its parts.
Sure. There's that hotel commercial that talks about that, whoever it was. We don't want to do a free plug. So you wanted to come here today and talk about a relatively recent problem the last year or two, a thing called Cobalt Strike.
Absolutely. Cobalt Strike, do you know Cobalt Strike?
Well, I always like to never assume that our audience is up to speed on everything. So yeah, very briefly, what is Cobalt Strike and what's been the problem with it?
So in the world of security, there is an area offensive security, and offensive security products aim to simulate attacks that actual threat actors are doing. So basically, it prepares you much better in your environment. It makes you plug the holes before the attackers can find them out.
Gotcha.
And so this is literally real-life simulation of attacks. Now, in the attacks, if you think about the progression of the attacks, it goes through certain stages. So an attacker initially gets into the environment, but once the attacker gets in, they want various tools to persist in the environment. They want to laterally move in the environment. They want to elevate their privileges. And Cobalt Strike actually is that tool meant for testing the second stage of the attack, of persistence privilege escalation, lateral movement.
I think I know where you're going with this.
Okay.
Okay. So somebody figured out how to exploit that and commandeer it and use it for, let's say, nefarious purposes.
Yeah, it's always the double-edged sword with any
Right.
security tools. Like
Sure.
if you look at all the open source tools that have been there,
Yep.
they have been used both ways.
Well, I mean, it's kind of been true from the very beginning. You know,
Yeah.
in the earliest days, the first vulnerability scan engines, ISS, Satan. You know, they're finding all the vulnerabilities, which can be used to fix them or can be used to exploit them. So,
Yeah, I
and
think,
it's gone on from there.
Yeah, I think even 20 years back, I remember there were automated internet scans which
Yep.
used some of these vulnerability scanners, and
Yep.
any of the open source ones, you could always find them.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's not something which is very different. What people have taken an approach to Cobalt Strike.
Mm-hmm. So Fortra is figured out a way to tackle the Cobalt Strike problem or protect it. What
Yeah,
are
so
you guys
I think what Fortra has figured out is saying we know that there are people who are misusing it.
Mm-hmm.
How do we not just ourselves, but basically create our partner ecosystem? Microsoft is a very dominant partner for us.
Right.
There are many global law enforcement agencies that are a partner. And so together, if you think about the RSA slogan, many voices, one community. So it's building that community of partners for Fortra and tackling the problem of Cobalt Strike head on. Because anytime we remove a Cobalt Strike active installation or any of these copies, unauthorized copies that are out there, we are actually...
So there's shadow Cobalt Strike,
Yeah,
essentially.
correct. So we are reducing the number of attacks that are happening globally.
Okay.
And that's the exciting part where we are partnering with Microsoft, other law enforcement agencies. We are able to provide real life threat intelligence, real life IOCs that can help track down these actors and bring them down.
So how are you coming up with the numbers? How are you measuring the reduction? Is it based on known Cobalt Strike versus ones you discover, or
Yeah, so
how
I
does
think
that work?
so. We are able to do it in a few different fashion because Fortra owns Cobalt Strike. We know what the protocols are, what the kind of communications are. So we are able to track that and figure out saying somebody is using a Cobalt Strike in an unauthorized fashion.
Okay.
And the way that we are actually bringing down the Cobalt Strike is two different, I would say, paths. One of the path is figuring out who has posted these unauthorized copies, cracked copies of Cobalt Strike. It could be a file share, it could be one of these dark websites, dark web market, it could be any of the social media sites. So we are tracking that and we are kind of removing all of those copies. The second thing is looking at if anybody is running Cobalt Strike live. And then we take action based on, we sometimes have to take down the domain they're using for it. And again, this is where we get involved with the law enforcement agencies.
Right.
Sometimes you sinkhole the domains. Again, you have to work with partners and law enforcement agencies to do that.
How do you distinguish between the unauthorized Cobalt Strike and the legitimate Cobalt Strikes out there that might be being misused?
So I think, Cobalt Strike is one of the products that was acquired by Fortra. So since Fortra's acquisition, we have added more security and licensing. So now we know actually which are the copies that are not really licensed from Fortra.
Gotcha. So you know the known
Yes.
good.
Exactly. We know the known good.
I got you. So obviously you're reducing the unauthorized use, so that in theory reduces at least one method of attack for the bad guys, right?
Yeah.
Are there larger implications than that, or are there strategies and plans to do even more moving forward?
Yeah, I think if you think about it, this is not like a project that we took for 2 months with Microsoft. This is a long-standing relationship, and we have built these strong relationships with, as I said, global agencies, right?
Right.
And so it's going to continue beyond just the Cobalt Strike. All of us are actively watching exploitation. Microsoft does it too, because just like us, a lot of Microsoft products get misused by attackers too. So they are watching exploitation. So it's sharing of that intelligence, making sure that we are able to provide the right intelligence to right set of people to bring any kind of activity down. So right now it has begun with Cobalt Strike, but again, this is a long-standing relationship.
I almost hate to ask this question because there is sort of a theme here this week at RSAC. Are you leveraging in any way MLLs and AI agents in your efforts?
Yeah, so I think AI, ML, again, these are the usual buzzwords, and every product has to have them, right?
Yeah, you have to have that obligatory. Correct. It's in here somewhere, or more.
Yeah. So as far as we go, a lot of our solutions, Fortra solutions, do use ML and AI.
Okay.
And again, in all of this tracking, I'm sure there are algorithms that are applied to some of the communications which have ML AI counterparts.
Interesting.
So we are using that, leveraging that. One component that I would specifically point out is Fortra ThreadBrain. So as we are getting these signals from a lot of our different products, as we are kind of combining these signals, that's definitely a realm of ML and AI, having the right scores, etc. Because before we tell anything to the law enforcement agencies, we have to be very sure that something is bad, and we don't want to take down anything good. So that's where ML AI helps us.
So I can see that this gets a little dicey sometimes, potentially, and it's starting to click on the law enforcement. Because you're discovering essentially unauthorized use of your products.
Correct.
And you don't want to immediately go hack back and necessarily take them down. You want to follow due process.
Correct.
Concept.
Due process where we can follow the due process.
Right.
Remember, like as a result of all of this activity, right, we are observing that attackers are trying to set up the infrastructure now in certain geolocations where we may not have that kind of leverage.
So they're not giving up.
Of course, when have they given up?
Right.
Have you seen anything?
Well, they're not giving up on trying to use Cobalt Strike necessarily.
Yeah, I think we
do you
also
see them getting to the point where they're like, oh, let's move on to the next thing?
So I think we have seen some of that too, because Cobalt Strike is not the only C2 or command and control infrastructure that's available. There are others as well, and so we will see them trying to use that too. But again, I think the idea there is if partnerships like what we have with Microsoft and a wider community, right? If we are tracking, we have threat experts. Everybody has threat experts on their team. A lot of companies do, and if they are all working together, that's that community, right? We can track if they are going to move to another C2, another Cobalt Strike-like thing. We still will be able to track and bring them down, and that's the objective.
If I'm tripping over, sensitive information, feel free not to answer. But I'm curious as to what efforts you're going to prevent access or the bad guys from getting a hold of Cobalt Strike in the first place, or how are they getting a hold of it, and how much of your efforts are prevention versus detection, I guess.
So I think, again, as I was talking about, certain features, after Fortra acquired Cobalt Strike, we have put in the licensing features. So they allow us to kind of make sure that whom we are selling to, whom our partners are selling to, it's all a legitimate.
Process of reining
there's a process, from that perspective. But what was sold before and what is cracked, the only solution we have is to track it. Track either the copies themselves or track it's actively in use.
All right, makes sense. Interesting. You think you're getting there? You think you're winning?
80% reduction, we are still continuing to see a downward trend. So I would call it a great win.
Okay. I don't think there will be many that will refute that, because 80% is good in most people's books.
Yeah, the 80-20 as we normally standardly use.
Sure. So what do you want our listeners to take away? You want them to come check out Fortra, come obviously use it?
I think, again, definitely come to our website, look at the kind of products Fortra has. But more importantly, I think people should think about their security strategy. People should think about everything an attacker does. What are the proactive steps that they can take? There are still a lot of people out there. We were chatting about compliance before, so I don't want to hit you on compliance side, but people, especially who are just satisfying compliance, they may not think about proactive security. They may not think about testing their environment against attacks, any of those sophisticated, I would say, processes. And
but
I
it's
think
not always a lack of caring, or there's a perception with compliance that it's bare minimum to get the check box. But a lot of times it's just naivete. They don't have people in the organization that have a history of cybersecurity, a history of defense, and have an awareness of what's good or bad, or right or wrong, or effective or ineffective. So I mean, as much of the compliance gets a bad rap, it's kind of on us too for not explaining and helping people to understand how to do compliance the right way. To my mind, compliance is measuring how well you're doing your security, and nothing more and nothing less.
Yeah, I think people have taken today, unfortunately, an easy route out of compliance with checkbox options. But what I was saying is, if we have force that's kind of thinking about really cybersecurity from a strategy perspective, right from get-go, before they adopt, especially any new technologies, like what I have seen over the past many years is when cloud was adopted first, security was second, right? In COVID, everybody started working remotely, and then came secondly saying, oh, well, what do we do to secure all these people? The same thing is happening with Gen AI today. People are jumping on the Gen AI wagon without the security part, right? So let's think about security in a more holistic way.
You'd think we'd learn our lessons somewhere along the line. Well, that's going to wrap us for today. We're out of time. I appreciate you sharing with us today. For more information about Fortra and what they're doing, you can go to securityweekly.com/Fortra RSAC. And for information about our whole program here, broadcasting this week, go to securityweekly.com/RSAC. Rohit, thanks again for being with us. Rohit, I'm sorry. Thanks again for talking to us today.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
We're still here at RSAC 2025. I'm Doug White with Security Weekly. Ron Howard's going to speak in like an hour, I think, next door, and there's people coming in, so it's been getting hot. I'm here with Chris Hickman from Keyfactor.
Hi, Doug.
And hi. And Chris is the Chief Security Officer at Keyfactor and was a leading provider of secure digital identity management solutions for that company, and that's what they do. And as a member of the senior management team, Chris is responsible for establishing and maintaining Keyfactor's leadership position as a world-class tech organization with deep security industry expertise. He leads client success initiatives, helps integrate the voice of customers directly into Keyfactor's platform and their capability set. So that was pretty good.
That sounds like my day-to-day.
Yeah, so I mean, we were talking about like travel and all this kind of, so that's what you're doing with this customer success team, and you're going around all over the place?
It's not so much customer success directly, but it's really taking what our customers need for their next challenges around cybersecurity, and making sure that we are reflecting that correctly in our industry and across our products.
Okay. So primarily what I know you wanted to talk about was post-quantum computing and the implications of that. And I've certainly been following that. I mean, I love technology for one thing, and I love weird technology even better. Yeah. And so this was a thing that started evolving a few years ago, and some fairly forward-thinking people got in there and said, you know, that if this came about, and it's rare actually to see that kind of forward thinking. It was like, well, this could happen. Usually people are like, yeah, we'll worry about it when it gets here. Yeah. But NIST started worrying about it well in advance.
Yeah, about 15 years ago, they really started to recognize there's a problem on the horizon. Yeah. And started to look for a solution to that problem, which was a new type of cryptography to protect data against quantum computers.
So, I mean, right now, if I'm, say, a mid-size, how worried should I be about that?
I mean, I think everybody needs to be worried, to be very honest with you, and that's not to be sensational in what's going on. I like to look at it from two different vectors, right? The first one is there's this new emerging risk that's coming around in a quantum computer. And while a quantum computer can not do a lot of things, there's a few things that it's really good at. And one of the things it's really good at is factoring numbers, which is what our cryptography today is based off of. The other thing that we should probably take into account, and this makes it as much a today problem as anything, is people are stealing the data to decrypt it later. So there's this notion of harvest now to decrypt later. And organizations are having data stolen and stored for it to be decrypted later. In addition to that, I'll add the element that simply says, we've had our current cryptographic standards for almost 30 years now. It's time for this evolution of cryptography to take place. Not a lot of things in this business have lasted for as long as some of our crypto standards, and it's a good time for organizations to take a step back and say, okay, you know what, I need to do a better job protecting my data. And the combination of all of those things are really making this a fundamental shift towards starting to adopt some of these new cryptographic standards.
What do you think about like the time horizon? I mean, I really like what you said about this harvest now, decrypt later, because I wonder what the time horizon's like on that kind of stuff. I mean, that legacy data is going to be floating around out there for a long, long time, because even no matter what we do, somebody's still going to have it on a hard drive somewhere.
Absolutely, and I mean, different data has different shelf life, if you will, right, and different relevance over a period of time. One of the things that organizations really need to consider is what is their long life data, right, and how best to protect it. One can assume that eventually that data will be able to be decrypted. What the latest standards that we've seen come out from NIST and their latest guidance is that we should no longer be using things like the RSA protocol and ECC algorithms past 2030.
Okay.
So the timeline is drawn, if you will, from a suggestion standpoint. As a matter of fact, they've said even if you have to go a little bit longer, you really can't use it beyond 2035. And that's sort of a standard now, because if we think about what's involved in changing that cryptography, it's a very significant change that needs to happen now in a relatively short amount of time.
Yeah. I mean, the technology's not getting there tomorrow, but pretty soon.
Some of it is.
Well, I mean, it's there. I mean, in terms of it being mainstream and people being able to run down to Best Buy and buy a quantum decryptor, kind of thing. It's not here today, but it is coming
I don't know if
soon.
that day will ever come, to be honest with you. But you'll be able to lease space over. You can do this today. Lease space on a quantum computer in a cloud environment, or you can go and buy one from a specialized vendor.
Well, yeah, I mean, you may never be buying a physical thing, but you may be able to buy that space to do what you want. And I mean, the evolution of like criminal behavior, where we literally have criminal organizations selling access and like ransomware as a service and all these kind of things. It's
Absolutely.
like, I'm sure somebody's going to be selling, you can use our quantum computer for anything you want.
And the algorithms that are needed to sort of, if you will, break the current what we're calling classical cryptography have been published for a number of years through a mechanism called Shor's algorithm. So it's a known way to do it. All we're waiting for is a big enough quantum computer to be able to do it.
Yeah, and then that's just going to break all of a sudden. I just think one day,
if it hasn't already.
Maybe. I think any time somebody's going to announce, guess what? We've now got the capability.
Or honestly, the scarier scenario is that they do it and don't announce. So if it's a nation state or something like that, they're probably not going to publish their work.
Absolutely, and not immediately. And so until it becomes obvious that they're doing that, because they could literally be breaking every secret on Earth. And why would you? I mean, now you're into like World War II crypto, right? Where it's like, we don't want to block this attack because then they'll know we broke the crypto, and so we're going to hold off.
It's the whole Enigma story over again.
And Purple was another one, the Purple algorithm of the Japanese submarines and all that, and they would just let the attack go through because they don't want them to realize that that's a creepy situation. But we're there again. I mean, with this kind of crypto. So as this does start developing, what are some of the mistakes that like companies are making now to prepare for this? Because I'm telling you right now, I talk to a lot of companies, and I can hear it already in my head. They're like, look, I know out there somewhere we got to worry, but and then when it gets here, they'll be like, oh, because they weren't going to know it. So what are some of the big mistakes that they're making right now?
So the big mistakes are exactly that. Not doing anything. To be honest with you, this is a long road. It's going to take years for organizations to be able to practically put a program in place. But it sort of starts with figuring out what we've already got. So the way I like to frame it, right, we've always dealt with cryptography in our organizations as kind of an RFP checkbox, right? Do you support this? Do you support that? Yes, no, and then just forget about it. Right? And the problem is now we've built almost 25 to 30 years of technical debt around cryptography, and we just don't know where everything is. We need to turn the lights on in the room and start to find all of this so we at least know what we can map out for a migration plan. You can't manage and migrate things that you don't even have a clue are in your environment.
I agree.
And that has to happen before you can even take the first step of doing that migration. So, I think the mistake that people are, biggest mistake to answer your question is they're not doing the things that they can be doing today to prepare themselves for that future step that they're going to need to take and setting themselves up to be successful and to be agile with cryptography going forward.
I mean, is that almost like a crypto data flow diagram? I mean, one of the things...
It's a discovery mechanism.
Yeah, it's the same kind of idea, right? Because, I mean, one thing we always told people is you have to know where your data is.
Absolutely.
And where it goes. And who can touch it. And as you add crypto to that, you're going to also need to know who can decrypt it, who can get to it via crypto, and all these kind of pieces.
And I mean, if you think about where cryptography is in our organizations, it's in applications, it's in hardware, it's in software, it's on our network, it's everywhere. It's pervasive. Like we've constantly said, encrypt the data as it moves, right? We've taken that methodology and moved it to our cloud providers, and we've moved it, everywhere our data is, our mobile finds, so on and so forth.
Interconnected.
And we have to find all of that because we can't just upgrade one bit and leave the others. It actually needs to be done in a complete ecosystem type of way.
And that's a tough sell, right, in production, because in dev, it's not so bad. I mean, in dev, I can go, I'll upgrade my VPN, I'm good. But in production, I've got VPNs going all over the place to different clouds, and everything depends on all those connections. And if I take one down, everything stops.
And further your VPN example, you need to know what support devices have to do that connection in the first place, right? So if you're going to use post-quantum cryptography with a VPN, you got to know that all your endpoints are capable of launching a client that are capable of doing that type of cryptography, so on and so forth. So it's very in-depth for organizations to even start to frame the problem and then decide what priority they need to give to what data and what data sets and what data flows in order to mitigate their highest value assets first.
Yep.
And then, take the rest and move down it from a risk-based perspective.
And then I think that ends up resulting in a kind of, we've got that lab over there where we've just had to isolate that because the legacy equipment in there will never support this. I mean, we just cannot possibly. I mean, just like when you had an old mainframe or a mini computer or something, and we put it down in the basement and said, okay, because I've set those networks up. And I'm like, look, nobody gets near this thing.
And you know what? They still exist, right? I mean, there's lots of mainframes that still exist, and can they run post-quantum cryptography? If not, how am I going to deal with that some way? So there's so many moving parts, and that's why I say, plan now, don't panic now. It's not the time to panic, but it is the time to plan, understand what the size of the problem is for your organization, and so that you can have the right plan prior to the panic moment being here.
Do you think they're doing that? I mean,
we're definitely seeing that. Some industries are moving faster than others, but the industries that are going are definitely making the move now.
Okay, that makes. I mean, I know when the NIST contest came out.
Yeah.
I was just like, I guess it was like very nerdy, but I was like, I'm so happy to see this because it was really one of the first times I truly felt like somebody actually proactively addressed this issue. You never see that.
Absolutely.
It's usually like after it starts becoming a huge issue, somebody comes in and does it.
Yep.
Do you think that in the infrastructure world, so now my experience has always been that when you get into that ICS world, they're always behind because their equipment was designed to last for 60, 80 years and upgrading it is really difficult. I mean, is that like a huge focus that we need to be on?
It is, and it's going to require different methods of mitigation. You can't, no company out there is going to turn around and say, I'm going to replace everything, overnight, start fresh with a new, network and and hardware and so on and so forth. But the reality is that you're going to have to take multiple different approaches and be able to stay agile. And I think one of the key pieces here, right, is building agility into your next generation of cryptography. So that, because there's certain things we don't know about this post-quantum world, right? Like, we don't have a quantum computer today that can break the traditional algorithms.
Right.
We also don't have a quantum computer that can break the new set of algorithms.
Right.
What happens if one of those suddenly comes into question? How do we continue to be agile across this space? So let's build something now that will continue to last through the next iterations and generations and allow people to continue to be successful and just manage cryptography as a critical pillar of a business versus just sort of that thing the security team does.
Do you think that's going to look like the original crypto stuff? Because when we first started doing crypto, I was working on systems that had no crypto. I mean, it was like no such thing as crypto, and people were like, make the password something other than root, you're probably fine. and a couple of years later, you were screwed. And people were talking about, because I remember those early conversations and when people started saying, don't use Telnet. Use SSH, and I'm like, okay, I guess I better learn something about this because I never took crypto in school because it didn't exist. I mean, it did in some places, but not where I went. And so, do you think that's going to follow a similar pattern as it comes out?
I think honestly, yes and no. Yes, it will on one level, and no, it won't on another. Again, by having that visibility, by having that awareness, by sort of taking that 30 years of cryptographic debt and getting visibility on it, I'm hoping we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. But we're still going to rely on our vendors to build cryptography into their applications and hardware and so on and so forth. And we're going to rely on their implementations. But we're moving very quickly towards a trust but verify at each step, where I think before we've just trusted, now we're also going to continue to verify.
So we kind of don't trust.
We don't trust as much because, by trusting too much.
I trust you, but I'm going to check your references.
Exactly.
No, I think that makes sense. I do think that, like you said earlier, there's a sort of coming storm of the early going where, we're going to find holes in this that we didn't know about. Because nothing's perfect, and as it gets developed, it's going to become a problem. So I'm sure you'd like to say how key factor is really focusing on this.
Yeah, so I mean, a key factor, we have a series of products that are already post-quantum enabled. So in particular, we have a product that issues asymmetric or PKI certs called EJBCA that already has adopted the NIST standards for post-quantum cryptography. So customers who need to move early can do so in a standardized way. We have an orchestration platform that brings automation orchestration so that you can deploy those in a non-human touch way, right? So we can automate all that. And that brings the crypto agility into play as well. That also has a discovery component and a risk analysis approach. So we can sort of take a look at, hey, these certs are more risky now, or these certs are going to be riskier at this point in time. We can feed that engine with latest and greatest intelligence.
I think I even want that at my house.
Yeah, I mean,
I've got enough gadgets at my house that are using crypto that I'm like, this could be a problem if my VCR is getting compromised.
And then we also have, higher level, if you will, applications for helping organizations do signing and things of the sort. And then downstream, we also have a group that looks after our Guardian or our Bouncy Castle stack, which is a cryptographic library. So if you need to build a new application or you need to add post-quantum cryptography into your application, we have a stack that's available for that as well.
Cool. Well, Chris, thank you for joining us here at RSAC.
Thank you for having me.
If you want to find out more about this, you can go to securityweekly.com/keyfactorRSAC, where we got a nice landing page for you. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference, and that other than that, it's a little warm, but you know, that's the way it goes.
We're not freezing, so it's good.
All right, thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
Welcome to RSAC Conference 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio in Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me for this interview is Teresa Lanowitz, Chief Evangelist at Level Blue. Welcome, Teresa.
Hi, Adrian. It's great to be here.
Always good to talk with you. Always excited to read new reports, and I get to do that for a couple interviews today. And I especially enjoy these because you've got surveys. I love hearing what people are thinking, what people are looking at, and you always get a great sample size in these reports.
Yeah.
So let's start with the report itself. We've covered some of these cyber resilience reports in the past that Level Blue has done. So catch me up with what this one is focused on. This is an annual report, correct?
Absolutely. This is the 2025 Level Blue Futures Report. And this year, the theme is cyber resilience and business impact.
Mm-hmm.
This is our flagship piece of thought leadership research that we put out every year at about this time. And you'll see other pieces of thought leadership come from us over the course of the year. All of our research is vendor neutral, forward-looking, and actionable. And for this one, the Level Blue 2025 Futures Report, the Cyber Resilience Business Impact, we went out, we surveyed 1,500 different cybersecurity leaders across 7 different industries and 16 different countries. So it's a pretty big sample size, nice global sample size, and definitely different types of industries out there.
Yeah, and I like that it is a global view. I actually had some interviews yesterday with some Singaporean organizations, and it was really interesting seeing that Southeast Asia perspective of things. So yeah, jumping into cyber resilience for people who aren't familiar with the term, or I think more likely people who have heard the term a lot, but haven't heard a lot of substance around what it means. Like, let's go ahead and define what does cyber resilience mean when you guys say it?
Right, so the way we look at cyber resilience, and cyber resilience is definitely a theme that everybody is talking about now.
Yeah.
It is the way an organization coalesces together in the event of a cyber attack, some type of man-made disaster, or some type of natural disaster, fire, earthquake, flood, hurricane, and so on. How they keep the business operational and running. So you can think of it as a subset of disaster recovery.
Right.
And just because the word cyber is in front of it, doesn't mean it's only cybersecurity.
Right.
So when you have an outage, when you have a cyber breach, the cybersecurity team is not the one doing the remediation. You need to bring in developers, operations, maybe third parties, maybe part of your supply chain. So it's how all of those teams work together and coalesce to bring everything back on track.
Yeah, and you'll have legal involved, you'll have PR involved. There's somebody has to talk to customers, and assure them, when things are coming back up, what to expect. Do we need to placate customers with something?
It sounds like you're talking about a good incident response plan.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and again, when people think incident response, maybe they think DFIR, they think data, they think forensics and technical things. Yeah. But if you look at the difference between a company that handles an incident well, to me, that's a lot about cyber resilience. Is they've planned for this. They've trained for this. And you can tell the companies that haven't planned well because the response is very emotional. It's kind of scattered. It's, at first they deny that anything's happened, and then they begrudgingly admit that it happened, and the details kind of drip out. Maybe an employee leaks something, and it's just a mess, right? It's not well coordinated.
Well, here's a stat for you. Only 37% of our survey participants say that they have a formalized incident response plan.
Oh.
And to your point, you're talking about everybody has to come together. You have to be well prepared.
Yeah.
And let's say you have to go to manual processes while maybe some of your technology stack is down. You have to look at little things. Can I do this manually? Do I have paper? Do I have pencils for people? Do I have all those things? And it's quite detailed in terms of the whole plan.
Yeah, and I think communication is key there, right? Like knowing, okay, when we have an incident, whose job is to do what? I was a chief incident handler for 5 years of my career for a large payment processor. And, early on, as I kind of learned the ropes and learned, made a lot of mistakes doing that, you'd find 4 people doing the same thing, like independently concluded, okay, I need to jump into SIM and do the search. And everybody's thinking, why are SIM queries taking so long? It's because all 4 of you are literally wrote the same query at the same time, and it's trying to serve all of it at the same time.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So you just bottleneck the system. Well, the nice thing about this being that is this is the second year that you've done this survey, right?
This is the second year that we took a look at cyber resilience
Right.
and really how cyber resilience is impacting organizations across the board. Yeah.
So one of the nice things is you now have 2 data sets and you can
Right.
do some comparisons.
Right.
So tell me a little bit about what you're seeing that's changed over just 1 year.
Right, there's a lot that has changed over just 1 year. So if we take a look in 2024, 72% of governance organizations did not know what cyber resilience was. Now in 2025, that number dropped to 55%.
Oh, wow.
So 55% is still a lot of governance
Right.
organizations not knowing what cyber resilience is, but that is a dramatic drop.
For 1 year,
For
sure.
1 year. The other thing we're seeing is that in 2024, most executives did not really want to fund cyber resilience versus cybersecurity. They said, it's cyber. It has the word cyber in front of it. We're going to
Right.
say, well, we're already funding cybersecurity. We're not going to look at cyber resilience. So there was a lot of conflation between cybersecurity and cyber resilience. And then also in terms of overall where it fits organizationally. So those numbers have dropped dramatically between 2024 and 2025. And as I said, those numbers are still high. So there's a lot of education, I think, in the market about what cyber resilience really is, who it belongs to, who actually funds it. But it is a top-down priority, and we're seeing a lot more investment in it this year as well. 38% of our survey participants said that they are investing significantly in cyber resilience processes, procedures, and practices. So it's definitely on the radar, and it's also moving up the C-suite agenda into the boardroom as well. So once you have the board now saying, all right, we have to focus on cyber resilience, there's going to be a lot more work that goes on at the organizational level to say, here's our preparedness, here's what we're going to do, here's what's going to happen if we have a major outage that we weren't preparing for, or if we have a cyber breach. So there's a lot more organizationally that has to happen. So that's really good news. There's definitely improvements to be made, but it's definitely good news.
Yeah. And, I think one thing that's becoming clear and kind of helps with cyber resilience, I think, is the fact that like 15 years ago, we did have to make some guesses.
Yeah.
We a lot of attacks were theoretical. We didn't have a lot of data on what was happening to companies that got breached. A lot of that was kept private.
Yeah.
So maybe we'd know a company got breached, but we wouldn't really know any details about what happened, how it happened. Fast forward to today, we've got all kinds of data on how this stuff happens, what works, isn't working. And it seems maybe easier to make this proactive versus reactive argument when whatever you're talking about, whatever category of something in security, there's probably an example you can point to, a recent example of, here's why this is important, right?
Right, and one of the things that we discovered in this particular piece of research is that there are characteristics that define a cyber resilient organization.
Okay.
One of them you brought up. You're very much more proactive in cybersecurity and what you're doing. But the other characteristics of a cyber resilient organization is that the cybersecurity team and the line of business are aligned. And that number moved dramatically between 2024 and 2025 as well. Last year we were seeing in the low 30s in terms of organizations being aligned with the line of business. Now we're seeing in the 60% range alignment with the line of business.
Yeah.
So cyber resilient organizations, cybersecurity, line of business aligned. They're also cyber resilient organizations. The cybersecurity team is using AI in their daily work, in their daily workflows, in their cybersecurity practice. And they're also much better prepared to defend against those AI-generated attacks. So those are the top 3 characteristics. The 4th characteristic of a cyber resilient organization is that they're prepared for these new and emerging types of attacks that are out there. So yes, they can defend well against ransomware, business email.
So we could call that agility, right?
Agility, right.
Yeah.
So they can defend against AI-generated attacks, deep fakes, phishing, attacks on the software supply chain, so they can defend against all of that. But one of the biggest characteristics is that these cyber-resilient organizations who self-identified in our research, they have not had a breach for 12 months. So, if you're out there and you're struggling to figure out, well, what am I doing for cyber resilience? How should I really go down the path of being cyber resilient? Take a look at this report and figure out which of those characteristics you're either lacking in or where you're hitting on those characteristics.
Yeah, and I think something you said there that I want to focus on a little bit is that connection between the business and cybersecurity. Like that alignment should have always been there. It hasn't. But like a business impact analysis, I still don't see a lot of people doing that. And what's so important about that is I can't imagine cybersecurity succeeding in its mission, the security team, if they don't know what's important to the business, or what the necessary recovery time is. You know, in a BIA, you've got tier 0 is maybe less than an hour, tier 1 is 4 hours. These things cannot be down for longer than this, or there's going to be some kind of impact to the organization that can be measured in dollars.
And cybersecurity is a business requirement. So we know that if you are aligned, your cybersecurity team and your line of business are aligned, you're going to be able to deliver better business outcomes. If you can plan for cybersecurity in the budget of every project that you're undertaking, again, you're going to be able to deliver those better business outcomes. And that means that you can innovate more. You can adapt that risk, and you can innovate more because cybersecurity is involved from the beginning. And again, that shouldn't be something that's new, but I think as cybersecurity moves from being just, let's figure out what controls we need, to really being an integrated part of the business, especially at the board level, I think we're going to see more and more of this.
Yeah. Let's talk a bit about attacks and the attacks that we're seeing here, and how prepared organizations are for them. So what did the report touch on there?
So one of the things we like to do, and again, this is a year-over-year comparison. Again, the top sort of traditional attacks, ransomware comes in at number 1. I don't think that's any surprise. Followed closely by phishing and business email compromise. And business email compromise has been kind of pushing into that top spot for a while. But what we also asked about were what type of sort of emerging types of attacks are you seeing?
Sure.
And
things that could be a bigger issue in the near future.
Could be, or you haven't seen a lot of them yet, or it just hasn't been on your radar, you haven't been looking for it. Phishing is a big problem.
QR codes?
QR codes. People scanning a QR code and putting in that personally identifiable information or that personal health information. So QR phishing is a big one. Deepfakes. Deepfakes are a real problem, and what we found out is that nearly 60% of our survey participants said that they're having a very, very difficult time discerning what is real and what is not real. So those deepfakes are a big issue. Then we also have the AI-generated attacks. So with AI, we saw generative AI come out and really write better phishing emails. What we're now seeing with agentic AI is the fact that now we have bots that can attach bots. And AI with the size, the speed, the scale, everything that AI can accomplish is just getting more and more difficult to defend against those attacks. And only 29% of our survey participants said that they are ready to defend against AI attacks.
Yeah, something I've remarked on before is the attacker side has a skills gap also. So anything that allows them to, go kind of beyond the manual processes, the human capital that they have on their side, could vastly increase the number of attacks they can run in parallel or handle at the same time.
Exactly. The adversaries, they're figuring out what their guardrails are for AI and generative AI and agentic AI attacks, just as organizations are.
And they don't have to wait to get permission to play with AI.
Right. It's encouraged, right?
Yeah. So certainly one thing we're seeing, it doesn't make sense for everyone to have detection engineering experts on staff. It doesn't make sense for everyone to have expertise in, because cyber touches so much now.
Right.
You look at the CISO mind map, the stuff, everything a CISO has to worry about, you've got to outsource some of that. So something we've seen just growing more and more and more, the number of managed service providers out there. So talk a little bit about some of the trends we're seeing with outsourcing of some of these tasks and needs.
Well, we spoke about cyber resilient organizations. And what we also learned with cyber resilient organizations is they're more mature in thinking about some of these things, meaning they're not going to do everything on their own. They know they can't do everything on their own. We're entering into a whole
and they shouldn't.
new phase.
Like
they shouldn't. It's not your core competency, right? So these cyber resilient organizations, what they're doing is they're bringing in these trusted third-party advisors, these outside organizations, to really act as a strategic extension of their team. And they're doing that for things such as threat intelligence, incident response. We talked about the fact that prepared incident response plans are few and far between.
Yeah.
So they're bringing in threat intelligence experts, incident response experts, managed security services. Why build up a SOC on your own if you have a skills gap? Maybe you live in a geography where you can't attract cybersecurity professionals, so bring in managed security services. And then also just bringing in consultants to say, yes, this is what you need to be doing. And here's an interesting stat. It's to say, you know what, you need to bring in outside help. We see a lot of mergers and acquisitions going on. Only 32% of organizations do due diligence with cybersecurity for mergers and acquisitions.
Oh.
So that's an appalling number, right? I mean, you wouldn't
I've
say...
seen that make or break an acquisition before.
Yeah.
Yeah, that 32%?
32%.
So
very, very low percent.
Less than 2/3.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's concerning. And we've seen some of that, right? Like we've seen, I remember specifically Marriott and Starwood. You know, there were some issues when that acquisition was happening, and I think the acquisition had already happened, and then you found a breach that happened a while ago. Like that's a common story that we've seen now.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know that it's not them not doing the due diligence, though, where maybe the attack just wasn't detected in the first place.
Could have
until
been,
after
yeah.
the merger happened, and sometimes the acquiring company just has better technology to find evidence of that attack. But yeah, I've seen that more as a product offering for a lot of cybersecurity companies where let's help you do that due diligence.
Yeah,
right?
that due diligence is critical.
You can outsource that as well, right?
Because as you said, cybersecurity touches everything. And so doing that due diligence is critical as well.
Yeah. So to wrap up here, what kind of recommendations are you giving in the report to, resilience is a very broad topic, so it helps to have some pointed, actionable things where you can start on that path.
So elevate cyber resilience up your C-suite level and up into the boardroom. Make it a board level issue. Foster that culture of cyber resilience to really say, here's what we need to do. We all need to come together. It's not about living in silos any longer. And then really making sure that you're focused on aligning cybersecurity in the line of business and looking at these emerging types of attacks, these emerging types of threats. One of the ones that we go into significant detail in the report is really in the area of the software supply chain. So making sure that you understand your software supply chain. Can you do forensics on the cybersecurity?
Yeah.
Can you do those forensics? Can you assign a confidence level to everybody in your supply chain? Do you know where your vulnerability?
It's not an easy task.
It's not, and do you know where your vulnerabilities are in the source code that you have? Where are you getting your source code? Source code is coming from so many places these days. And then finally, making sure you understand what happens if you fail a patch release. Are your patch releases passing or failing? And in too many cases, there will be a failed patch release, and the next thing you know, there's a major cyber outage or a major cyber incident that we're reading about in the news.
Yeah, and just talking about agility, we've seen so many cases where, maybe you're perfect and you're not going to get hit by ransomware, but a vendor that you're completely dependent on gets hit by ransomware, completely out of your control. Right. And you've got to have the agility to say it's a payments provider. What's your backup payments provider? We've seen this happen in so many cases where billing got hit, payments got hit, and the company, revenue just goes to zero overnight. So identifying those kinds of risks, super important for resilience.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Teresa, for joining me today. I always enjoy reading your reports, having these conversations. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Adrian. It was great to be here.
All right, to find out more about Level Blue, please visit securityweekly.com/Level Blue RSAC. For all RSAC 2025 conference coverage by CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. And stick around, we'll be back after the break with more interviews live from RSAC Conference 2025. Thanks again.
Thank you. This was fun.
Welcome to RSAC Conference 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio in Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm your host, Mike Shima, and joining me for this interview is Mark Lambert, Chief Product Officer at Armor Code. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you very much for having me.
So happy to have you here and spend a Tuesday afternoon talking about AI and Anya in particular. So just as a quick setup, I have a background talking to lots of human security champions.
Yes.
It's always been pleasant conversations with them. Why should I talk to Anya now?
That's a great question, especially because like everybody's talking about AI this week, right? I mean, it really is evident in the industry. So kind of like what is Anya and why is it important? How is it changing things? So really, if you think about it this way, as you're a security practitioner, you're working within lots of dashboards, reports, tables, lots of manual interactions, kind of like looking at the data. So you spend a lot of time crafting a dashboard, and then your CISO looks at the dashboard and goes, why is that risk score 600 when yesterday it was 300?
You don't want surprises.
No, you don't. So what do you now have to do? You now have to go in and start interpreting the data, digging around, figuring out what happened over the last 7 days, preparing a summary, and then if there's an incident, then you're going to have to prepare another email that the CISO can share with the board. What if an AI could just do all of that for you? So this was the genesis idea for Anya. And while dashboards and reports and kind of like human interactions and automation scripts, these are all going to be staples for the industry, Anya really revolutionizes and changes the way that we work with that data. And this didn't happen overnight. This was based upon research over the last couple of years, things that we've released over the course of last year as well.
Well, already I'm starting to feel I'm getting some compelling use here, some value. Just it sounds like it's saving me time.
Oh yeah.
So I would definitely want to come back to that in a second, but you mentioned too, this is not, you didn't just do this last week.
Yeah.
And a lot of a promise of AI is that you need to train it so it can see something that it's seen before, can evaluate that rather than this is new and I'll just make something up. So yeah, what did that look like to train it and that scope of that data?
Sure. So at Armor Code, we often talk about our 3 V's. This is what provides the foundation for our AI. That's volume. So we actually process over 100 million findings a day. So that's over 3 billion findings a month. Variety. So we're actually ingesting data from over 285 different sources. That's everything from threat intelligence and threat modeling all the way through application security, cloud, container, traditional endpoint, and we're bringing all of that data into our platform and enabling our community of over 3,500 security practitioners that are supporting over 175,000 developers. So those 3 V's provide a very solid foundation for us to develop true, meaningful, and valuable AI capabilities. This time last year at RSA, we introduced AI correlation, which was a supervised machine learning models that would connect together data from different scan types. So for example, taking software composition analysis data from a sneak and correlating that with a Trivy container security, for example, and connecting those 2 things together to say, hey, they're kind of the same underlying issue, so we're gonna identify the unique elements and then kind of ignore or mark the others as duplicates. We then, at Black Hat last year, introduced our AI remediation that was an LLM, or is an LLM model, pre-trained on vulnerabilities and weaknesses, to again, shortcut the time to figure out what to do to fix something. So, yeah, I might be able to update a library, but maybe I can't update it. What preventative controls can I put in place? That correlation, helping the root cause, that remediation, what do I need to do? We then brought those 2 things together in November last year to give you concise descriptions of remediation actions and remediation groups, basically where to do the work and what work to do. This was all the foundation for what we then started building Anya on top of.
And again, that to me sounds like this is a champion who's helpful in the sense of you, a developer, or me as a developer, you need to get your job done.
Yep.
What do I need to fix, rather than what are the intricacies of the OWASP top 10? And can be a little bit distracting. There's a time and place perhaps. But I appreciate that you mentioned too, like machine learning. There are obviously flavors of AI out there. Yep. So how do I use this? Is this is this agentic AI? Is this an MCP that I have local? How am I interacting with this security champion?
So what Anya is, and we do refer to Anya as the virtual security champion. It is a natural language interface. As you're working within the platform, you can call Anya up just generically within the platform and ask a general question about the data that is presented to you. So we have full RBAC control within the system, so you're only seeing the data responsible for your part of the application portfolio. I'm seeing the data that I'm responsible for. So you can call up Anya from anywhere, or you can call Anya up from within widgets within the dashboard. That gives it additional context. So you're saying, okay, you're asking a question about this widget. Anya is immediately prompted with that. Then it goes through 4 steps. The first thing is evaluating the question that you're asking, either just natural language interface or through that context of the widget. It then converts that into queries that are executed against the data model, retrieves the data from the data model, evaluates it, and then synthesizes it using an LLM to actually bring all of that data together in a human-readable form. She takes into account the persona that you have. You can fully customize my prompt that is defining how I want information to be presented to me. And then she's agentic in that she will actually perform automation tasks for you. So things like, okay, what are my most risky findings? Do we have log4j in the place? Which teams are impacted? Create tickets for those teams, notify those teams, notify them on a weekly basis until those issues are resolved. These are the kind of things that Anya can do for you rather than you having to do that manual work yourself.
Tell me a little bit more about that help of just, do I have to fix everything? Because one of the traps that I've seen that will drive me crazy is, here are all the vulns, go fix them all. That's just a terrible conversation, it's a terrible strategy, and it just doesn't work. You're not going to get any friends that way.
Yeah.
How does using this agent help you with that prioritization? Do you have some examples of that?
Yeah, sure. And in fact, actually, the next level of non-working is to say, fix all the critical severity issues. That also doesn't work. Yeah. So what we do at Armor Code is when we're ingesting the data into the platform, we apply our risk scoring model to it, which is actually a combination of technical risk, which is, in the case of a CVE, for example, leveraging threat intelligence. Sure. So if it's a critical severity finding, but it's never been exploited, do I really need to fix it right now? Probably not, okay? Yes. So we'll leverage threat intelligence to augment that. Secondarily, we will also take the business impact. So if that same finding that is actually exploited and it's on a critical part of my business that's processing payments, for example, versus a back-end data sciences application, which one do I need to fix first, okay? And what we found is that prioritization helps the organization be a lot more efficient. So a mixture of the correlation to focus down and identify the uniqueness, and then furthermore using the risk scoring to identify the most criticals. But then that threat context provides the development team the reason why. Okay, yes, you need to fix this because there are exploits.
Yeah. One of the challenges there is also like the AIs don't suddenly introduce you magically now have an asset inventory or a software asset inventory, or everything has a business context behind it. How have you seen organizations, I think the organizations still struggle with that, AI or not. This is a classic problem. Yep. Is this helping, or how does the agent learn, or how does it make sure it gets a context for my org rather than just generic org, for example?
Sure. And not every answer has to be AI. Okay, so typically what we find is that many organizations have inventory sources. They're just not very well maintained, and they're not very consistent. So the thing that we do at Armor Code is we're ingesting all of the data, not just the vulnerability data and the finding data from the scanners, but also asset inventories from like CMDBs, chasms, even some of the vulnerability management tools themselves will have asset inventories also. We're bringing that data into the platform. We're then correlating that across the scanners. So for example, maybe I've got some data that's inside of my ServiceNow CMDB. I've got an asset inventory there. I'm scanning with Tenable, but I should be scanning with Qualys and it's not picking that up. Or maybe I've got some scanners that are duplicating, overlapping on the different resources. We're able to start providing that level of visibility. The key is really that connective tissue of how do I get the asset inventory and generate that from these different sources and then unify it within the platform along with the vulnerability data.
And I think that was a point too, or a subtler part of that point was that you're not a scanner, right? You're
100%.
That layer above, just taking in that context and exploiting that context, if you will, for the good. Right?
And that's really where that foundation of the integrations with 285 scanners comes in. I mean, really, there are so many scanners in the industry today, and they work better in different scenarios. So many organizations will use, you can't just use one vendor to be able to do your application security and all your cloud security. It just doesn't actually work. So, and even some teams will find that the different scanners work better in their environment when you start looking at AppSecs, for example. Some organizations will move towards GitHub Advanced Security because it's actually easier to adopt than some of the traditional scanners, but maybe not as accurate. So we can leverage different technologies and bring them together. And really, we're very, very focused at Armor Code of being that independent governance layer, sitting on top of not just application security, but also the vulnerability management and the software supply chain. Because this concept of application security posture management, it's not just the code, it's where it's deployed and it's the code that you're using as well.
Yeah, and I think I wanted to go back too, because you talked about the CISO sees a dashboard, something changes, asking why, what happened. They're obviously not the only user of this. And you did mention about fixing code and there's the AppSec of security champion. It sounds like an AppSec role or maybe AppSec adjacent role. Who's using this? How are they interacting with it? Is it that developers? Is it AppSec?
It's a great question.
Yeah.
So what we talk about often is there are really three types of persona that use the platform. Our primary persona would be the application security or the cybersecurity security engineer who's in there working with the findings and the vulnerabilities and figuring out what's going on and then assigning those to the development team potentially for remediation. Now, the developer is also a user of the platform, but not typically a direct user. They're not always logging into the platform. In most cases, they're living in Jira. So we will create tickets out of Armor Code into Jira, and then we have a plugin for Jira that enables them to perform actions directly within Jira that are actually representing workflows inside of Armor Code. So this kind of keeping them in the area where they're already working, because you don't want to disrupt their flow and their planning.
Thank you.
And then the third persona is the leadership, either CISO, security leadership, or development leadership as well. Also able to get customized dashboards that are in the platform and the insights that Anya provides.
Now, part of what you were telling us too is what Armor Code was doing last year at Black Hat as well. If we roll ahead to next year's RSA, or maybe even a little bit more in the future, how do you see this virtual security champion unfolding?
Sure, and there is one of the things we do at Armor Code, which is one of the things I love, is we deliver innovation fast. So we actually have weekly releases. I do a monthly product webinar with the community. So actually, our next future is actually next month. So we're going to be talking about our AI Code Insights next month, which is where we're doing cloud to code correlation. We're doing code repo classification, so we can start to detect what's inside the code repository, so security teams can put better controls and risk posture in place, as well as material code changes for detecting for PCI compliance and things like that. So these are all of the things that kind of we're working on in the near term. But the thing that really excites me about kind of like this wave of AI, I was involved in the prior wave of AI as well, it's the potential. It's the potential for what the technology is able to do, and it truly is limitless. And that's actually what Anya means in Sanskrit. That's actually how we got to the name of Anya.
Okay.
So if I fast forward to this time next year, I think what we'll be looking at further is more autonomy from the point of view of the agent, more managing the agent almost like a team member to a certain extent. I don't think we'll ever get to the point where you just fully trust that your agent is going to, hey, we don't need security engineers.
Sounds a little sketchy,
But I think really, truly driving down that mean time to remediation, optimizing, removing the drudgery, I think that's kind of like the thing that we'll be hearing even more about next year as we look to RSA next year.
And that sounds, again, my favorite word of the day is compelling, because this is saving me time, saving developers time is where the value comes, not just here are 2 letters called AI that we think is going to help you.
Yes.
And you also mentioned too that it's RBAC, it's working through your own permissions. So what are there other considerations that you had putting this together to be like, we don't want another security tool to increase our security attack surface? That's always a terrible thing.
Yeah. So as you can imagine, we're very fortunate. We work with some phenomenal organizations, but we're in security, so we have to take a security first approach. So what we didn't just do is just bolt on Anya using a ChatGPT interface. We also didn't just go, hey, let's point Anya at the documentation and give somebody the ability to navigate the documentation. We thought we went to the community and we said, hey, we've done correlation, we've done remediation. What's the next thing that you need to do? And that's how Anya came to be. But when we look at how we deploy, It's all contained within the Armor Code environment. The instances of the LLMs are instantiated based upon your tenant, your role. They're segmented. They actually get destroyed afterwards. So we've taken a very security-first approach. We're leveraging AWS Bedrock. All of those kind of things that you would expect.
That's all. It sounds like you're going to have to add to those 3 V's, the 3 C's of that community communication. And
yes. We do like our 3 letters. So yes.
Well, I've very much enjoyed this conversation. I want to thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you so much for having me on today.
Thank you, everyone else, for joining us. To find out more about Armor Code, please visit securityweekly.com/armorcode/RSAC. For all RSAC, we got through the C in there, 2025 coverage by CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Thanks again, Mark. And thank you for everyone else. We'll stick around because we'll be back after the break with some more interviews live from RSAC Conference 2025. Welcome to RSAC Conference 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio in Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm your host, Mike Shima, and joining me for this interview is Chris Peluso, head of Libra ESVA Americas. Welcome, Chris.
Hey, thanks, Mike. Thanks for having me.
So first, I've come across a lot of different company names. Libra ESVA. Help me out. What's a fun background about this? That's a pretty unique one.
Yeah, there is a lot of history around that, and thank you for pronouncing it correctly, Libra ESVA. We end up spending a couple minutes in the beginning of a conversation kind of giving some history around that. The company was originally called Libra, and when it was founded a while ago, and the first product was actually ESVA. Email Security Virtual Appliance is what it stands for.
Okay.
And then at some point, we decided that we were going to put those two together, and the full name was born, Libra ESVA. And we've been going at it, for over 10 years worldwide with Libra ESVA.
That's awesome. And now you've got, speaking of products, you've got more products helping the new world of AI, Gen AI, and all that implies. And the setup here is that I think the conversation is more about you've seen Gen AI used by the bad actors, I'll just say. What does that look like, especially from the email perspective, email security perspective that you're seeing?
Yeah, since we've been in this for quite a while now, we've seen the evolution of threats and what phishing was over 10 years ago to what it's become today. Gen AI has played a large role in the evolution and the success of it more recently. And so, AI has been there in different forms for a very long time, and this is the current iteration of it, right? And so, yeah, Gen AI has done a couple things to make threats more accessible to more attackers. And the underlying theme of that is that they're making threats much more personalized. So Gen AI is making it so that an attacker can impersonate the CEO of a company over a voicemail, or impersonate a vendor you've been working with for a long time over email, choosing your name, your title, everything that's personal about you. So when you either pick up the phone or in our case, receive an email, it's talking directly to you. It appears to be coming from the person you've been speaking with or the company you've been working with. Everything is written very naturally. Even though this might be originating from a non-native English country, it sounds very normal, and Gen AI has been behind that to make it very targeted and very, very natural.
Yeah, it's definitely much different than, please don't click on this link because it looks suspicious. Now it's more of, who am I actually talking to? We're here live, so I know this is actually Chris, but it could be the voice of someone else.
Well, that's the crazy thing. Yes, this is live, but Gen AI has led to videos, which if this was a video on YouTube, you can doubt if that was really the two people that you thought you were listening to. And so, yeah, Gen AI has just completely changed it's completely revolutionized the way attackers are targeting their victims.
And if there's been an evolution, a revolution there, we're still using email. So we still have these creaky old technologies, everybody uses it. So what does that look like from the email perspective? Do we still need to, because I'll go back to the idea of clicking on a link. There's a lot of different ways we can make clicking on a link safer. Should I be thinking of something else beyond that? It's more than just links.
Yeah, links play a big role in phishing attacks today, but so do attachments, so do, the emails lead to other methods of communication. And so, yeah, we're using now, Gen AI, or we're not using Gen AI, but again, Gen AI is being used to, make this accessible, the attacking more accessible, more realistic again. And yeah, we've, on the flip side, needed to build our own AI in order to combat this effectively.
Yeah, and so I'm curious about that because on the one hand, you already set it up that AIs can be deep fake, et cetera. They'll probably, maybe they could even just swap our voices in this entire interview. Who knows what's going to happen? But part of that too, hopefully, there's a promise that AI can also then be better about identifying that inauthenticity, if I can get that word out, or just being able to say, this looks like an anomaly. And we've had machine learning that points out anomalies for a long time, right? You mentioned there's different types of AIs. what are you using? How are you using AI for good now, for helping email security?
Yeah, well, again, I mean, when email security just got started, it was very much rule-based, which also has its place still today. But yeah, the evolution of the rules have become, algorithms into today's AI. And AI is a term that's thrown around very loosely today.
Fair, yes.
And so, you can't necessarily fight, you can't just say, I'm just going to use AI and fight email threats. You actually have to build a, purpose-built solution that is efficient, effective, and easily trained. And so, we've been working on our own AI engine, which we call semantic AI, to target exactly these type of threats that are coming in. And we can't use, I think there's a distinction between generative AI, which is what you see today with the popular AI engines around, and then what we've built is something called discriminative AI, which is, again, a purpose-built engine specifically designed to identify and classify different types of email, whether it's a threat or it's safe. In the end, we want to know good or bad. Yeah. There are some sub-classifications of that, but in the end, our discriminative AI is able to get to that result.
And that feels what's more helpful from the defender's perspective, because as you were saying, I was focusing on that, here, click on this link is the form of phishing, but attachments or that voicemail of a partner that you've been working with, or the email that has an attachment that, oh, here's a bill and we've been working with this company, I just haven't been paying attention to where this email came from.
Yeah.
Those are important nuances of different types of bad.
Yeah, and they're all, there is no kind of single tool to block all types of threats. Right. AI is a tool. It's not the end-all solution to email security. It's one of the tools that you have in the bag when something has gotten past maybe some of the rules, maybe some of the virus checks. It's gotten past a URL sandbox. Then you have other tools, and AI, our discriminative AI or semantic AI engine is there as a tool which helps us classify the email as good or bad. And so yes, this is, whether it's URLs, content, our semantic AI engine, regardless of language, regardless of source, regardless of destination, or who's appears to be coming from, what's really unique and interesting about our semantic AI is that we're looking at message intent. So it doesn't matter if somebody has, written something incorrectly. It doesn't matter if they've, the language is either, English, Italian, French, or any other, language. It's not about that. It's about what's the intent, what are the semantics, what is the tone of the email, and then we understand what it's trying to do, and based on that, we can make a decision if it's actually, good, or what it's, intending, what it says it's trying to do, or trying to do something else.
I like that, because for me, part of my complaints against, I'll just say naive security, is the security awareness training that's, if it's missing a comma or has that bad grammar, it's probably bad, which, okay, fine, but if we're just relying on a missing semicolon or periods, that feels like a very creaky type of security control, because it's the intent. And a lot of these attacks have pressure, like, I need to get your response immediately, or we have 10 minutes to make this decision. That pressure suddenly is like, oh, I just need to act, and it might throw away, it's taking advantage of that human aspect to try to be helpful. So I'm curious too, in the sense of, let's call it a time dimension, how easy it is to roll out, a Libre SFA and have this extra protection on your email. Do I have to wait for all this training to figure out what the anomalies are? Is it turned on and things are good? Tell us a little bit about what that story looks like.
Yeah, so we've trained semantic AI with our own samples that have either been collected by ourselves or have been submitted to us by our clients. And what we've built, which is unique about it is a small language model, which is different from what you typically hear about, which is a large language model, an LLM, which is used by generative AI engines. And what the small language model allows us to do is to deploy it on the edge. So we can, the users of semantic AI, they don't have to worry about their data being exfiltrated. They don't have to worry about their data being passed back to Libre SFA They don't have to worry about data leaving their environment. It all happens locally. It's very lightweight. And it's because we use an SLM, or we've developed an SLM, which is hyper-focused on email security. You know, when you're looking for threats, you don't need to worry about, you know, how to build an extension to your house, right? Which is what, you know, an LLM does. It knows everything about everything. But the SLM can be super focused, very lightweight, and run locally so that data stays local. It scans, it understands the intent of the email in under a second, so email can be delivered safely, very quickly, or also equally quickly held back and not allowed to the user. And obviously things change. We need to sometimes update or train our semantic AI, and training can happen within hours. And after that, we're able to push updates globally within minutes. So it's very agile, very fast, and very effective at determining.
Yeah, that's a very good list, because in a different conversation I had this earlier, I was also, again, one of my go-to points is you never want your security tool to increase your attack surface. And with LLMs, I'll just use that for a minute, the L, a lot of people are concerned about what is my data, where is it going, where is it leaking, is it exfiltrating, how many CPU or GPUs do I need to be running just to run this model myself? And email obviously is going to be very sensitive, internal email. So this is really nice to be able to hear that it's an SLM, run on the edge, the attack surface hasn't increased. And that hopefully, I think, is much more appealing to the security teams that are trying to figure out, like, is this going to help us actually or hurt us?
Yeah, exactly. We're, you know, not just with semantic AI, but LibreEsva as a company, we're extremely focused on security, obviously, but also privacy. You know, we hold data that is our customers' data, not ours to do anything with. Yes. And so we make sure that all their data is theirs, it's not leaving their environment. We do as much as possible to make sure that, you know, they understand the steps we're taking to secure their data, and they've been very receptive to it. And the semantic AI falls right in line, you know, privacy first, everything on the edge, everything local. LibreEsva does not see the data, it does not get pushed to us. And so it falls in line with, you know, where we stand as a company.
And I'm going to guess too that you don't need to be better by training on everybody's emails. You're getting better by training on those attacks, what those look like, and those are the ones that are less likely to be sensitive, et cetera. But you have that growth by the breadth of view, as I'm going to guess, so you can have that better training for those SLMs.
Yeah, I mean, so we're also using, you know, AI internally to help triage, you know, reported emails. So obviously not obviously, but we do receive reported emails from our clients saying, hey, can you take a look at this? Can you take a look at that? And we receive, you know, tens of thousands of emails, and it's just impossible for somebody to efficiently go through them effectively. And we've also been using, in this regard, generative AI to help triage, because it's able to process all those emails and better understand, and then we use that as necessary to help train our semantic AI. So yeah, we're kind of using it all around, you know, to help our analysts with going through the emails as effectively as possible, and take those learnings to train our semantic AI quickly and push the updates again very quickly.
Now, and as you said, you can push those updates, you know, retrain in a matter of hours. So I was going to ask what the future looks like, and maybe not necessarily the next couple of hours, but what does the couple of months or next year perhaps look like for how you're, you know, looking to evolve this this tool?
Yeah, well, we just launched semantic AI, so that was a big announcement for us this week. You know, I think we just need to let it be out there for a little while. Obviously, we're going to get a lot of feedback from our customers. We're very excited about it. You know, it's one of the biggest new capabilities of the solution for a while. And so, to be honest, at this point, we just want to get feedback. You know, it's going to be a little while. We want to take advantage of all the learnings and continue to tweak it, you know, and make sure it's continues to be as lightweight and efficient as possible, but obviously as effective as possible. And then, you know, we'll see the next 6 months.
We'll see.
A lot can change, you know, in 6 months. That's who knows what's going to happen.
That's true. But if my experience holds true, people like to give feedback. People like to send in emails. So hopefully.
Oh yeah, we have vocal clients.
Well, you've been very vocal with us today. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Mike. It's been a pleasure.
I want to thank everyone else for joining us. To find out more about LibreEsva, please visit securityweekly.com/LibreEsva RSAC. For all RSAC 2025 coverage by CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Thanks again, Chris. And stick around. We're going to be back after the break with a quick wrap up from today at RSAC Conference 2025. Hello, protocols, packets, and programs. That's how I start off the Application Security Weekly episodes. I'm Mike Shima, the host of that podcast. But today I'm here with Mandy Logan. We're wrapping up day 2. I think it's just day 2. It's a long week already of RSA conference.
It's so funny you say that because I was looking back at the agenda and I was going, wait, we've got to be at Thursday, right? And it's not. We're barely at Tuesday.
Barely a Tuesday. I'm going to have my own AI agent go attend the rest of the sessions for me.
And here I was thinking about going through all of the difficulty of cloning myself, but no, I should just have agents.
Just send the agent. They can get up in the morning. You can have the coffee. They can go to the sessions. I'm curious. Actually, speaking of Application Security Weekly, one of my co-hosts, Kalyani Pawar, she was giving a presentation this morning talking about paved roads, culture, basically collaborating with humans, which is important still in this day and age because a lot of the humans are still writing code, and we want to make it easier, more secure.
Everybody is vibe coding. Everybody. There's no coding anymore. It doesn't exist.
I am looking forward to the era of vibe coding just to see what that's going to mean for application security, job security.
Oh, that's going to be interesting. We've had a couple of conversations about that here and even online about, well, certain individuals are saying that coding is dying. As a career, don't go into coding.
That's a bold statement to me, because I think if anything, if we look at the vendor floor here, look at a lot of the themes of the presentations, obviously AI, LLMs have been everywhere, but I think there's a shift. I think you perhaps were noting this too, of what are they actually using the AI for? Yes. There's a difference between the hype that AI solves our problems, AI writes our code, versus, well, AI is actually just going to help me a little bit in the SOC, or it's going to help me analyze a whole a massive amount of log events, or maybe some mundane tasks, so that I can spend my time doing some good architecture.
Yes.
Does that resonate with you, or what did you see?
Oh, absolutely. And there's a couple of things like today, speaking earlier about how I think it's fantastic that we are in a niche where we actually have the data. We actually have the information that AI is exceptionally good at this moment comparatively to other industries and being able to help. So being able to take all the log data, all of the stuff that is compiled by the SOC, and being able to use AI, even though it is not perfect, we have data. And so that I think is fantastic. And I also appreciated yesterday speaking with Rob Allen from ThreatLocker and discussing how ThreatLocker as a company at this point is pretty much primarily not using AI at all. They've made a strategic decision because they went through all of the testing, they did comparisons, and they found that it was not where they wanted it to be. So there are individuals who are still really focused on, no, what we're doing with humans is still better for us. We don't need to jump on this bandwagon. We'll go ahead and be strong and hold back until we see the proof that we can move this forward and make our customers and make security that much better. I like that. I feel like that's good to have that refreshing side.
It is. It is. Yes, it's nice that there's going to be hype every year at a conference like RSA, but that sense of realism echoes for me too. Yesterday, I was having a conversation with our Cyber Singapore. We have a collaboration with them, and one of the companies was talking about post-quantum encryption, which mostly just boils down to how do we get lots of people on TLS 1.3? How do we get them on modern algorithms, which kind of has nothing to do with AI. It's some of the basics. So there's still a lot of companies out there that are struggling with just basic application security to get those things right, rolling out the multi-factor authentication for their employees rather than just jumping into LLMs for the sake of LLMs.
Absolutely. And now going back to basics, looking through a number of the reports that have been published and things that were released in the last week leading up to RSAC, I am still humored by and struck by one report from Pluralsight on the AI skills report. Okay. So out of 1,200 practitioners that were surveyed for this report, 74% admitted to exaggerating their understanding of AI and or any competence they had in using it.
Oh no.
So let's get to the basics there.
Yes, exactly. I'm embarrassed to say this, as a podcast host, I would probably fall into that 74%, right? Yeah, it's like, oh, we have to talk. It does all these great things, but what does reality look like?
What is it actually doing?
Yeah, and I think there are a couple sessions coming up tomorrow that I'm curious to attend to look at because it ties in a little bit of that aspect of what are the LLMs doing, or how much of it is it unnecessarily adding to our headaches? Meaning, here's all the data going into it, or MCPs don't necessarily have a great story around authentication, RBAC, all these things that you and we could probably go down a list of nice acronyms about how are you doing the security, and suddenly agentic AI is like, well, this is cool stuff. Let's just worry about the security later.
That's so true. I mean, but that is constant with every tool and every advancement that is made. Sadly, there is not secure by design. This is always, which I appreciated besides on Sunday, Wendy Nather's keynote. I thought it was interesting that she brought out, she felt antivirus coming out was the worst thing that ever happened for security because it took the responsibility off of the developers to actually go back and fix what needed to be fixed from the start. So, and I thought about that. I was like, we're kind of seeing then a snowball of that general idea has continued. However, I do think there's a lot of advancements that will be fantastic. Like I got to go through the AIXCC exhibit, the entire thing here from DARPA. And for those who have not heard of it, it's a 2-year contest to find the most exquisite teams that can set up autonomous AI to discover and autonomously patch.
And yeah, that autonomously patch is an important part of that equation. I like that.
Right. So they are down from 90 original submissions to the final 7 teams. And back, I believe it was about 2 months ago, in one of the exhibits, like the exhibition parts instead of the final part of the contest, there were teams that were able to find, in fact, 1 0-day inside what they were operating this contest within. So they were able to do that in one instance so far outside of the contest parameters, but actually helped the contest. And I can't wait to see, well, what is it with the autonomous patching? Interesting. And I also find that interesting because my understanding is like LLMs themselves can't be patched. They have to be scrapped and restarted. So funny that they're able to use LLMs to go forward and make autonomous patching, even though it can't be patched itself.
And I think, because there's that aspect of LLMs to be a little bit over reductive, if I can, that's just what's the statistical sequence of this word follows this word follows this word, but it's probabilistic or stochastic or whatever fun, synonym we want to throw in there, whereas code should be deterministic in the sense that I did my secure design. It's supposed to log you in and authenticate.
Right.
This is Mandy. It's not Mike. Mike can't do a IDOR attack, SSRF, or any other OWASP top 10 entry to get your data. And I think that's where, if thematically to come back to some of what the conversations I've had or seen on the floor, is AI as those assistants, like the AIXCC. As opposed to AI making decisions or AI just being let loose to go do who knows what. So I'm very excited to look forward to skipping ahead to DEF CON and seeing more of the AIXCC because there's a lot of cool fuzzing that the LLMs are doing. So they're kind of bringing together a lot of tools and being smart about it. So that's my take for the week that I hope to see more of and looking forward ahead to DEF CON. I'm not sure, what are you looking forward for the rest of this week?
Oh, there's a lot. I'm actually excited to get to the expo floor. I did not get there today.
Okay.
But I enjoy, and I had mapped out ahead of time, of course, the vendors and first-time exhibitors, different products that I am intrigued by, or things where I feel like the company has a certain level of valor and integrity that I really want to connect with. So I'm actually excited about the expo. And then, time being, I'm always game for birds of a feather, or for non-recorded information, because as all of us con-goers know, the recorded talks are there later, right? Sad to say, I did miss the Ron Howard keynote. I was excited for it.
I missed that as well, yes.
It's that would have been fantastic. But there were quite a few. I have to look at my agenda again for Was there anything in particular you were looking forward to tomorrow?
There was tomorrow. Anton Chuvakin and friends are doing looking at LLMs and securing them. So how do we apply to riff on that idea of secure by design? How are we doing secure by design for what LLMs? How are they handling data? How are they handling the prompt injection, which is the cross-site scripting of LLMs, I like to say. So that's an interesting angle I want to hear more of.
Interesting. And that goes along with one I noticed for tomorrow at 9:40, Safe AI Adoption Standards and Best Practices from Coalition for Secure AI. We've already covered that this is a constant trend, and it's only going to continue to be a constant trend as generative AI embeds itself, almost.
Yeah, it's there already, yep.
Well, we were talking earlier, I was speaking with somebody and he goes, oh, well, I'm shocked that when I go to access Copilot in the morning that my daily queries are already gone. I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, because all my kids and everybody have found out how to use it and they're taking over. So it's becoming so embedded in our younger generations, which, I mean, it just fascinates me and boggles my mind that we get to be at a conference like this where we're at the forefront of many people actually figuring out how to delineate between where is it an assistant and where is this just another mass complication, because now it's creating a whole new attack surface for older exploits and for older vulnerabilities to come back out.
Yes, and I think we're going to see that, and hopefully the younger generation are the next ones to earn a lot of great bug bounties on here's how they either abused, misused LLMs, or discovered here how the LLMs are creating bad code because they were trained on bad code.
Right.
And so we've just reinvented a bunch of new insecure APIs. So that's going to be my hope for the next generation of kids and application security.
Okay, but what's your hope for, I guess, SecOps for the people who right now are pulling their hair out?
Well, good luck. Well, that's where I do hope that if there's a contribution from LLMs, that it's going to save them time, and it's going to be able to say, here is a whole bunch of data, a whole bunch of logs, focus on this few. Like, rather than spending 2 hours of your day looking at things, looking at the same mundane, boring list, just look at these top 3. So saving time is going to be what I hope is helpful for them in the SOC. And I know, speaking of time...
So do you equate that as automation?
I would equate that as automation assistance, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's basically a very fancy grep. Call it a semantic grep, if you will. Not as in SemGrep the company, but just an understanding of here's a bunch of text, here's how to make it more interesting. But that's what I've got for time, and we're running out of time for today as we wrap up. So, is there something final, a message that you want to leave with all of our viewers?
Ooh, I would say try to be on site and do CTFs and learning labs. And then really look into the RSAC community, because that's new and expanding. And when I looked on the library, I think there was already 7,000 resources available in the community library.
That is a lot. Wow. So that's wonderful. Yeah, take it, do the CTFs, check these out. Do the hallway con, the elevator con, the escalator, whichever place. That's a great suggestion. So do please keep an eye out for Mandy throughout the week. Keep an eye out for me. And that's it for Tuesday, I believe we're still at on RSAC 2025. We'll see you tomorrow for a whole new set of interviews from all of our hosts and another morning introduction, another Wednesday wrap up as well. Thank you, everyone.